Hello and welcome back to version 2 of the Django E-commerce project. This is part 2. In the first part of this tutorial series, we outlined a very simple project brief, and that gave us a general idea of what it is we're going to develop in this project. We broke that down and we started to develop the database design for the inventory app. In order to develop our database design, we utilized this book as a guideline to help us understand the development process of developing database designs without utilizing the kind of formal normalization process. So we ended up developing something that looked a little bit like this. So if you haven't seen part 1 of this tutorial series, it's not a problem. You can start from part 2 because we're now going to go ahead and take that database design and now build it in a new Django project. You may be wondering how this tutorial can be so long when all that we're doing is building a new Django project and then implementing the inventory app tables. This project, from the very beginning, I want to implement practices of software quality engineering. That means for this project, testing is going to be a very important aspect of our development process, and I'm going to make it a priority. So here we're going to try and implement the idea of a test-first approach. So we're going to try and follow a process, a methodology whereby we try and test first and then develop later. So just to recap, by the end of this tutorial, you would have built a new Django project. You would have set up a testing environment within that project. So from the very beginning, we are testing as we go through. We would have implemented the inventory app tables, and we had also gone through the process of building data, so some dummy data for our database, so that we can start to test the performance of our database. I am fully committed to building a large set of data fixtures for this project. So data fixtures being dummy data that we're going to insert into the database. So I have gone ahead and built around about 8,000 rows at the moment for this project. I do intend to expand upon that when we start to look at different type of products that we're going to sell in our e-commerce store. Now, the whole point of this, having larger sets of data, is it's going to allow us to have better conversations about performance. It's going to be easier to show you how to optimize potentially your database to improve the performance once your data starts to scale. This project can be developed on Windows, Linux, or Mac. I do apologize, I am using Windows here and I don't have the instructions for the first stages for Linux and Mac. But it should be a very similar process that I take you through here in Windows. So you're going to need Python installed here to begin with. So if you haven't already done that, download Python, go through the process, press next, Windows, you're good to go. Now macOS already has Python installed, but you'll find the instructions here in the download and what's required for Mac and Linux as well. So that's the first step. Make sure that Python is installed, and then go ahead. We're going to be utilizing Visual Studio Code. So if you want to follow this tutorial process through from the very beginning, utilizing the same tools, we're going to be utilizing Visual Studio Code. So go ahead and download that. It is available on Windows, Linux, and Mac. So once you've gone ahead and opened up Visual Studio Code, this is what it's going to roughly look like. So the first thing we need to do is open up a new folder. So I've gone ahead and created a new folder on my desktop here. This is going to be my project folder. So I'll go into there, press select folder, and now ready to start developing. Right, so assuming that you have Python installed and it's working okay, if you're not too sure, then just go ahead and on Windows at least, I'm going to go to start, I'm going to type in CMD. That's going to bring up my command prompt. I can then type in py -- version, and that tells me I'm using Python 3.9. We are going to be utilizing the terminal in Visual Studio Code. So you can access that by dragging up from the bottom, or you can select Control and apostrophe. So on a standard keyboard, that's the @ key as well. And you can see that I can open and close the terminal. Let's just drag this up a little bit. So from here, your terminal, if you're in Windows, it might start off with the PowerShell. That's not a problem. Just select the command prompt. Either one will work okay. And you can now see I've got multiple terminals here, which I can now close. That might come in handy later. Right, so now making sure that you're in your project folder, we're going to need to set up a Django project. So if you've not done this before, I'm going to quickly show you how to do that. If you have, just go ahead, create a virtual machine, get your project ready, and I'll see you in the next part of the tutorial. Let's go ahead now and create a new Django application and virtual environment. So remember, this is a Windows environment, Windows 10, and I'm using Python 3.9. Although the version of Python, as long as you're using 3.7 and above, there shouldn't be really any differences that you'll see here. Right. So back in Visual Studio Code, let's go ahead now and build a virtual environment. So we're going to use the M flag to indicate we're going to run kind of an executable here, VEMV. And then we're going to create a new folder called VEMV. So you can call this whatever you like. I'm going to call it VEMV. That's going to build a new folder here. Now, before I execute that, a virtual environment, if you're new to this, think of a virtual environment, a lightweight virtual environment here as a box where we are going to install Python and all the other dependencies that we need in order to run a Python application, in this case, our project. So instead of using the Python that's installed on our main operating system, we're going to create a new virtual environment, install Python onto that. So we're going to copy Python from our main computer to this little box, this virtual environment, so that we can work inside of this box. So that allows us to install modules and make customizations to Python without actually affecting the main version of Python that's installed on our computer. So we're working in a small little box. So if you wanted more clarification on that, then just type in what is virtual environment into Google, get a little bit more perspective of what that is. But this is where we're going to work from. So let's go ahead and build that. That might take a couple of seconds. You can see a new folder's appeared. We've seen new folders. So what we need to do now is we need to activate it. We need to tell Visual Studio Code that we're going to work within this virtual environment so we can use the Python that's installed inside of this virtual environment. So let's go ahead and activate that. So I type in VEMV. I'm going to press backslash and then S, and this time just press tab. I'm not going to type it all out because it will just find it for me. And then backslash again, and then A for activate, press tab. And then that should activate the virtual environment. So you can see here, it now says VEMV to indicate the fact we're now inside or working within our virtual environment. So I can run Python again, the version, and you can see it's the same version that we're running on our main computer. So we just basically copied Python across here to the virtual environment. And you can see what's going to happen here inside of this library. These are all the packages that are installed. And we're obviously now going to need to install Django because we're using Django. So let's pip, so the Python package manager, pip install, and then we're going to install Django. So that's going to collect the latest version of Django 3.2.8 as a recording this. And you can now see that more packages have been included inside of this lib folder here. So this is what I was referring to here. If we were to work within our main computer, this would all be installed on our main computer. And then if we were to run multiple projects, we'd end up with the same packages or package issues potentially where we wanted to use different packages for different projects. So by having a virtual environment, we can create an environment purely for the project that we're running or building here. What's happened there is that we've just downloaded Django from the package Python package index. So you can go ahead and type in pypy.org, have a look at the other packages. There are thousands of packages, libraries that we can utilize within our Python applications. So let's go back into the terminal now, and we can now type in Django admin. That's the Django admin command. So we can now start to add another command. So now what we're doing is we're asking Django to perform an action utilizing the Django admin command here. So let's go ahead and start a new project. And we're going to call this project from the beginning e-commerce. So you'll see now a new folder appear. Inside of there is a new folder called e-commerce. Now what we can also do here is do this slightly differently. If we didn't want a folder inside of a folder, let's go back and just delete e-commerce. And we can now just include a dot here. So if we do that this time, we only get one folder with the project main project files here. So that can be a better way of working. So let me just do that again. Just get rid of everything this time and then run that again. So you can now see we just have one folder, one managed Py file, and then one folder called e-commerce. Now that we have a Django application, let's go ahead now and start to think about setting up our testing environment. There are multiple Python frameworks for testing. In this project, I've selected Pytest. So we're going to be utilizing Pytest. Pytest is a framework which makes it easy for us to build a testing environment and to create tests and run tests in our application. So let's go ahead and first of all install Pytest. So we're just going to pip install Pytest. Okay, so we're using Django, so you will find there is a Pytest Django package. This just allows us kind of better integration with Pytest. So we're looking for Pytest Django. So this is what we want to install. So we can just copy the clipboard here. Now what you will find is that if you just install this first, that will also install Pytest as well. So I'm just doing it this way just to kind of showcase this to you. So I'm going to pip install Pytest Django. So like I said, that's going to allow a little bit more integration into Django utilizing Pytest. Next up, let's install Pytest Factory Boy. Factory Boy is going to provide us a set of tools that's going to allow us to generate data automatically or dynamically for our testing database. So we'll see this in action as we go through, and there are two different approaches that I'm going to show you in this tutorial to develop data for your testing database. One is creating data fixtures, and the second is utilizing Factory Boy. So let's go ahead now and install that. So that's also probably going to install, you can see here, Faker and Factory Boy. So that gets automatically installed as well as some other packages here. So that's that set up. So the last thing that we're going to install is going to be Pytest Selenium. Right, so you can see that we can download and install Selenium, or we can run the Pytest Selenium. So what's going to happen here, similar to what we saw previously, if I just copy this and run this, it's going to install for us the other packages that are needed. And you can see one of them is going to be Selenium, I would imagine. There we go. So it's already downloaded and installed Selenium. So what we can now do is let's just type in pip and then, so let's go ahead now and run pip freeze. That's going to generate a list of all the packages that we've now installed. So we're going to install that, or we're going to save that in a requirements.txt file. There we go. So that's all the packages that we've now installed. Now let's just remember what's going on here. If we go into the event folder here in the library, you can see that all these packages are now being stored in this folder. Right. So let's talk a little bit about Selenium. So to ensure the quality throughout the whole system development lifecycle here, there are some key standard practices of software quality engineering that we want to try and follow. So no surprises here, but testing is a key standard practice of software quality engineering. And there are multiple types of tests that we want to run as we go through the development process. So this is a little bit premature to introduce Selenium, but Selenium is going to provide us tools that is going to allow us to automate the evaluation of our user interface. So for example, if we developed a login system, we develop the front end for the login system, we would expect a user to go to that page. The login system would be there. They would need to enter their username and password, and then they would press login. That would take them to a separate page. Now we want to test that process. So functional testing with Selenium allows us to simulate someone actually opening a browser, entering some data into the inputs, and then pressing the button to log in. And there would be an expected outcome of that. So we can then test to make sure that outcome is what's expected. So let's put this into action now. So let's go back into our project. Now, pretending that you know nothing about Django, you probably don't know that when you type in Py, let's start a Django project. So Py, and then we're going to use the manage Py file and then run server. So that's going to start a lightweight server, and we've told here where the server is running. So let's just go ahead back into the browser. Okay, so you can see when I type in the 127.0.0.1 loopback :8000, that's the port number it's utilizing. It takes me to the install worked successfully. So your Django project is now running successfully, which is great. We can now also access the admin panel. So this admin panel has a login, and by default, we don't have a user. So there's no user table, for example. So what we're going to do now is we're going to utilize Selenium to build a test to make sure that this is working correctly. So you've seen here that it isn't working correctly. There's issues. So let's just pretend we don't know about that. That takes us nicely then to introducing test-driven development. So again, I don't want to go through the whole manual of test-driven development. I don't want to necessarily go into too much detail here, but just to, again, skim and to give you a gentle introduction into a test-first approach when developing your application. So test-driven development, TDD, is a test methodology, a process, a way of working when building an application, if you like. So the idea or the general principle is to build test cases first and then build the code second. Test-driven development for beginners can be quite hard to understand initially because there's so many different dynamics going on here. You're expected to build code before you actually build tests before you build the code. And if you're new to development, just building the code is quite complicated. So having this extra process where you're having to think about the code in more kind of detail before you build the code can be quite complex. So I don't want to put you off, and I do want this to be a gentle introduction. And as we go through the project, maybe we can speed up the process. So again, the level of detail is going to reflect that. Let's go ahead and bake this test-driven development process down into these few steps here. So let's start off with an example. We need to build a login system for our application. So we generally know what the feature is, the functions that are required, or the requirements. So we go ahead and start to build some tests. So we're going to build some tests that are going to test the outcome of this component. So for example, we may build a test to ensure that if someone types in the wrong password, it's captured and they're told it's the wrong password. We might want to build a test so that if someone types in their password incorrectly 4 times, it means that they're locked out for 10 minutes. So these are the type of features and functions that we may want to build. And so we build some tests to test these features or functions. So the whole idea is that we'll create these tests first, we then execute the tests. Now these tests at this point, they shouldn't work, they should fail. And that's the whole point. So what we want to do now is we want to build code to make these tests pass. So we go ahead and we make changes to the code, or we build the code base, and then we go ahead and execute the tests again to ensure that they all pass. So loosely speaking, utilizing this test-first approach, we're now going to build a test with Selenium that's going to check to make sure that the user can log in to the Django administration. Now, all we've done so far is we've built a project. We haven't set up a Django administration username and password yet, so we are expecting the test to fail first, and then that's going to create a call of action so we can then go ahead and build the code or do the actions that are going to then allow us to develop a Django administrator, and then we can run the test again, and then hopefully at that point the tests have worked. Now again, we are just testing things that have already been heavily tested. The Django package would be heavily tested, so this is just an example to build us up utilizing test-first approach. So now we're going to start to see some of the test folder structures being put into place. So let's go ahead back into our project. I'm just going to close my project because the server's still running, Control+C. So that's just going to stop the server that we were running previously. So far you can see there is no reference to testing within our project. So what we're going to need to do first is just build a new application. Right, so what we're going to do here is that later down the line in this project, I'm going to set up a custom admin area, a custom dashboard. So I'm going to build a custom app called dashboard. I'm going to utilize that to set up some testing for our admin area, which I'm calling the dashboard. So let's go ahead and utilize manage Py. We're going to start app, and this is going to be called dashboard. Now the thing is here, if I run this, you can see that the dashboard is placed up here. In actual fact, how I want to structure this project is I want the applications, the apps to appear inside the main e-commerce folder. So a few ways of doing this, but I'm just going to show you this way. So I'm going to cd into the e-commerce folder. So I'm now inside, or now working inside of this folder here. So I can double check that by doing a dir. So that's going to give me all the files that are inside of this folder. So what I'm going to do now is just run the Django admin command. And then from here, I'm going to start app, and then that's going to be called the dashboard. Okay, so that's an app that we just built. Now, by default, you can see that there is a test file inside of this application. I'm going to delete that, as well as, well, we'll leave everything else for now. So let's go ahead and create a new folder. I'm going to call that tests. So to make that discoverable, let's go ahead and create a new file. That's going to be the dunder, the init file. So I'm going to put that inside of my folder. And now I'm going to need a file for my Selenium tests. So what I'm going to do here is just create a file structure, or file naming structure, sorry. So a new file. So all my tests start with the word test. I'll get that right, tests. And then Selenium, so that I can recognize it's a Selenium test that I'm going to be building. And then let's go ahead and type in what I'm testing. So dashboard and then .py. So that's going to be like my naming convention that I'm going to be utilizing. So if it's just a normal test, a Pytest test, it won't say Selenium on it. So this just allows me to identify all the kind of UI functional testing test files. So we can see the general folder structure for our tests in our app. So let's now talk a little bit about Pytest. If you remember, we've already installed Pytest earlier when we went ahead and we installed the different packages. So inside of your requirements text, you should see Pytest. You should see the Pytest Django app that we installed. And we also have Factory Boy, which we'll have a look at shortly. So make sure that's installed before you go ahead and type in now Pytest. So running Pytest, that's going to try and find any tests that you have within your application and try and run them. And you can see that no tests have been run at this stage because we don't have any tests. So just as a simple example, inside of this test Selenium file, I'm just going to go ahead and create a simple test. We can do that utilizing functions. So we're going to call this test. And then let's go ahead and, for example, write example. Okay, so we're going to use assert. So assert allows us to compare two items. So for example, the string hello, and that should equal hello. So if the outcome is true here, which it is, of course, so hello equals hello, then the test will run as a successful test. If, for example, if we didn't find a match, or if there wasn't a match, then the outcome here would be false, in which case there would be an error in the test. So let's just see that in action. So you can see that we now have one passed test. If I change that to A, for example, obviously they don't match now, so that returns false, and you can see that we have one failed test. And you can see here that Pytest is trying to give us an example, or try and guide us to where the issue is. So you can see here potentially the the A here doesn't match with the top version. So let's just go ahead and remove that. And you can see now that we're back to a passed test. So what we can also do, if I change the name to test A, for example, you can see that it doesn't seem to make any difference in terms of the name at this point. So let's just go back here. Okay. So that's an important point to make. Like I said, we can literally just name it whatever we want, but you can see what we've done here is that we've started with test to just denote the fact that this is a test. Now, however, if I were to, for example, change the name of the file to something else that isn't test and run Pytest, you can see that Pytest isn't going to run the test. So you can see that the file name is needed and that begins with test. So that's going to be needed by default. We can change this up, but you can see that by default, test is going to be the first name of the file that we want to run in order for Pytest to automatically find tests within this file. So while we're here, we may as well just test this out. So for example, if we would change the name of this to something else, so test to test A, let's go ahead and see if that runs. And you can see that that doesn't seem to matter. So Pytest is looking for a file that starts with test. There are many different options that you might want to configure in Pytest. So let's go ahead and create a configuration file. So this is going to be pytest.ini. So this allows us just to add some more customizations. So for example, we can define what files are run as tests. So let's start off by including Pytest, and then we can for example, we can extend this parameters. So if we define the Django settings module, maybe from there we want to add in some other parameters inside the e-commerce settings file. So we can link to that, and then we can go ahead and define what Python files we want to use for testing. So for example, test underscore star. So star represents any text. So star. So let's just change that to test A. Again, let's just run our test. And you can see now we're not running any tests because Pytest is looking for any file that begins with test A. So for example, if I were to now go back into my dashboard, go to my tests, and then just change the name of that to test A there, then obviously that's now being picked up or matched. So therefore it'll run any tests inside of there. And there we go. Okay, so you can see how that's working. Now you might want to configure that for your particular needs. So I'm just going to stick with test underscore for now. Pytest also gives us the option of running or setting up different modules before it starts to run any tests. So what we can do is we can add a new file here called conf test.py. So this file here will be looked at or inspected before running any tests. So it might be that we want to load in some different fixtures, factories, or some other kind of key configuration before we start running the tests. So that file is going to allow us to perform that action. So that's there on the root directory of your project. So let's get back to Selenium. Let's go ahead now and build a test to test the user interface. Remember, we're going to test to make sure that the user can log in utilizing the default Django admin interface. So apologies, just to remind you again. So we're trying to build a test which does this, does that, and then tries to log in, for example. Let's get back into your e-commerce project and then your dashboard, tests, and then test Selenium. So let's go ahead now and import Pytest. So I'm not trying to teach you Selenium here, just going to give you or go over a few different tools that we can utilize, and we'll build it up that way. So from Selenium, we're going to need to bring in some tools. So what we're going to need to do here is we're going to need to actually be able to control the keys, so we can press enter and actually submit the login form, the admin login form. So from Selenium .WebDriver, so we're going to need to bring in WebDriver, and then from there common.keys. Yep, we're going to import the keys. So that's going to give us the key tool, so we can now start to utilize the keys or emulate utilizing the keys on the keyboard. A useful feature of Pytest is Pytest mark. So let's just set a Pytest markup. So for example, pytest.mark, and then we add some metadata, so Selenium. So now we have our mark set up, we can go ahead and create our function or our test, for example. So let's imagine that we've created multiple tests with the mark Selenium. So now that allows us to, for example, when we run our Pytest tests, we can now, for example, just filter out and select Selenium tests. And I'll show you that example shortly. So here I'm suggesting that we can use Pytest mark to differentiate different types of tests that we want to build, and then allow us to only run those type of tests. So let's now build our test. So what we're trying to do here is build a test, our dashboard test, to log a user in. So the user must be able to log into the Django admin. So what's important here is how we name our tests. So you can see it's quite descriptive, test underscore dashboard. So it's a test for the dashboard, and this is to test the admin login. So this is a function. Okay, so let's go ahead and now start to think about building this test. Selenium requires a browser in order for them to perform a certain action. So similar to us going to this page here and typing something in, Selenium needs to kind of perform this action too. So what we're going to need here is some sort of a browser. This is where you need to now download the driver or the web driver for your browser. So let's go into, for example, I've typed in Chrome web driver here. So I'm using the Chrome browser. This works for Firefox as well. So what I need to do here is I need to download the Chrome driver for the specific version of Chrome that I have installed on my computer. So what you need to do here is go over to your Chrome browser and then just go to settings. And then from settings, select about Chrome, and it would then tell you the version that you're currently running. So this is 94.046. So what you need to do here is just match this up. So 96.046, just generally match up your browser to the driver that's needed. So this is the driver that I'm going to need. So go ahead and download that driver. Or of course the driver that you'll need for your browser. So what you're looking for here, I'm Windows, so I'm going to select the Windows driver 32-zip. So once that's downloaded, what you're going to find is an exe file, and I'm just going to drag this exe file, or I'm just going to move this exe file into my project root. So at least while I'm developing or building this application, I'm just going to put this right here. Of course, if the drag doesn't work, just go ahead, open up your project folder, drag it in, and now it's in the root directory. So every time we run this test, Selenium is going to be looking for a browser or need to use a browser. So we need to set up an instance of a browser so that Selenium can use it. Now, we can set up multiple browsers if we want to, so we could have Firefox and Chrome working. This is just a simple example to begin with, utilizing Chrome. So as this is a resource that lots or many of these tests are going to need, I don't want to define my browser here because I'm going to need to have to copy and paste that on every single Selenium test. So what I will need to do here is break this out and build a module or function that I can pull in to every single Selenium test and utilize that browser. So what I'm going to do here in the e-commerce project, I'm going to set up a new folder called tests. So this is going to be a general area where I can place some setup for tests. So I'm going to call this tests. This is a folder of tests in the e-commerce root directory. So inside of here, I'm now going to create, for example, a new file, and that file is going to be called Selenium. So inside of here, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call that selenium.py. So this is going to be setup code, which every single Selenium test is going to be needing in whenever I run a Selenium test. So let's go ahead now and just set this up. So import Pytest. So from Selenium, yep, I need to import the web driver. Okay, so I'm going to need the web driver. So that's going to be, in this case, it's going to be Chrome. So I'm going to need that. So from Selenium, there's many ways of doing this. You'll find online if you're wanting to set this up differently. I do have a few different tutorials on this channel where you can have a look at a little bit more depth how to set this up in many different ways with Selenium. So I'm going to bring in options and import options. That allows me to kind of add some additional options. So what I'm going to do now is then set up pytest.fixture. So this is going to be a fixture, and then I'm going to name the scope, or going to user scope as module. So what I'm doing here is basically I've defined this as a fixture. This next component here, this is going to be a fixture. So you're probably wondering, what is a fixture? So just think of a Pytest fixture as a function that's attached to tests. So we can attach this function to tests before the test is run. So these are just small functions that we want to attach to tests before they're run. So what we're doing here is we're setting up the parameters for a Selenium test in terms of what browser and the settings for that browser. Right, so let's go ahead and just finish this off. So I'm going to call this Chrome browser instance. So this is going to be my Chrome browser instance. I'm going to take in request. So this is going to provide a Selenium. It's going to provide a Selenium WebDriver instance. Yeah. Okay, so that's my test set out. Oh, sorry, my fixture started. So let's go ahead and just bring in options. So options equals options. Okay. And then we want to potentially set options headless. So what we can do here, and you'll see this, I'm going to set this to false to begin with, when we change this. So when we run a Selenium test, we can actually have the browser appear on the screen and you can actually see the test being run. Or else we can just do it in the background. So we can do it headless. So you don't actually have to see the tests run. So typically, if this is going to be run, you typically aren't going to sit there watching all the tests. So you might set this to true so that it just runs in the background rather than in an actual window. So let's go ahead and actually now bring in the browser. So the browser is going to equal webdriver.chrome and then Chrome underscore options equals options. So we're just adding the options to this, and let's go ahead and now yield the browser, and then once that's all done, we're going to say browser close. Okay, so that's going to set up the definition, was going to create a browser instance that we're going to be able to now utilize per module for every single Selenium test that we run. So just to quickly swing back to module, I removed the colon, I don't know why I included that there. So just to quickly move back to scope. So scope allows us to share fixtures across classes, modules, packages, or sessions. So scope can equal module, function, class, module, package, or session. So depending on how you want to utilize this, or depending on how you set this up. So I'm just going to define this as session. So that means that multiple test functions in a test module can utilize this at once instead of having to create a kind of a new instance each time. So what I could also do is just set this to, for example, function. So for every single function, a new kind of browser instance will be created for each. In this case, every time this is initiated in a testing function. So now we've set this out, this is what we're going to be used to provide a WebDriver instance to a Selenium test. We can now go back into the conf test here, because what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to tell Pytest that we want to utilize that before we run any tests. So we want to make that available before we run tests. So what we're going to need to do here inside of this file is basically just define that. So now every time we run Pytest, Pytest is going to look for this conf test file. It's then going to look for the reference here to this file, e-commerce. Inside of e-commerce, we have a folder called tests and then Selenium. Then it's going to essentially make this fixture available in all of the other tests that might call it. So we can then call this fixture by the function name Chrome browser instance. So let's remember, this is building an instance of a browser. So this is essentially going to start a browser instance so that we can then run some additional tests. So now we're ready to bring this fixture into our test. So now that gives us access to our Chrome browser instance fixture. And now we can go ahead and now build our test. So just a quick reminder again, let's just turn on, I'm just assuming that you are new to Django. So let's go ahead and just run this. You can now see that Django is working. We've turned the server on. So we're just going to go to admin. So what we're trying to do here is build a test. So this page is then inspected. We then go ahead and type in the username and password for our username for a Django admin user. And then we need to press login, and that should then allow us to log in. So at the moment, you can see that doesn't work. So there's a few steps we need to take at this point in order to get that working. So in order to actually get that working, here in Django, we need to run the migrate command. So what's going to happen here is that inside of your settings, you'll find there is a list of installed apps. So these are connected to your project. The idea here is that when we ran the migrate command there, all the tables that are associated to those apps will be made. And you can see down here that the database has been created. So now the database has been created, we can do a manual step of actually building a user. So create super user. And from here we can add the user of admin. No emails needed here, and then just password. Type that in twice. Oh. Excuse me. My fingers are a bit. There we go. And then we then have a new user. So it's important to understand that when we run a test, we aren't actually utilizing the Django database. We're going to build a test database. That test database is going to be empty. So when we try and build this test, we're going to also have to build a user before we run this test so that we can actually log in. So let's go ahead and build this up. So we need to find the browser. So that's going to equal our Chrome browser instance. So now we can get this browser and we can now get a URL. So we're going to need to point it to a URL. So in this case, it's going to be the home page. Oh, sorry, the admin page, apologies. So we're going to need to point this to the admin page. So to the admin page, so a few placeholders here, and then let's go ahead and fill this in. So for example, we're going to need the URL start, and then we're going to need the /admin. So we'll just hard code this in, login. So that'll take you to the login. So the URL, so we're going to need the URL of the Django server. So to get that, what we're going to be utilizing is live server. Okay, so we're going to use live server. What is that? If you remember earlier, we installed Pytest Django. So this added some extra layers or added tools so we can work with Django and Pytest. And one of the tools that we have is the live server. So let's just type in a live server here. Okay, not on this page. Let's go and see if we can search for it. I think it was on that page we were on, wasn't it? So let's go back. Here we are, live server. So what this allows us to do is it allows you to run Django server in the background so that we can then run Selenium tests. That's essentially what's happening. And from that, you can see that we can gather all different types of information, one of them being the live server URL. So we can actually get the URL of the server that's running to then run our tests. So from here, we can just type it right here. So live server.url. So that's going to get the first component of our URL. And then we're going to finish that off with /admin/login. That's going to take the user to the login page. And now we can go ahead and log in. So remember, this is all automated. We're trying to just automate this process. So username now equals browser and .find element. So we're going to use find element to find the actual input field on the page. So let's take a look at that. If I go over to if I've got the server on, I don't think I have. So let's just turn the server on. So on the admin page, we have a login form. If I right click and inspect, you can see that this has an input. This input here just gets highlighted, has a name of username. So what I'm doing here is I need to tell Selenium to select this input and then input some text, which is going to be the username. And I need to do the same thing for the password and the login button. You can see that the input here doesn't have a name or an ID or a class. So I'm going to need to use the value login in order to select this element to press enter to actually log in. So let's go ahead and now do that. So I'm going to need to bring in by. So from Selenium common, let's just grab that, common dot by, and let's import by. So what I can now do is say by dot name in capitals, and then the name of this was username. So that was the name of the element, if you remember. So I can do the same thing again for the user password equals browser dot find underscore element, and that's by dot name again, and this time it's going to be password. So make sure this is going to be case sensitive, so just double check that, and then submit equals, that's going to be the browser dot find element, this is going to be by dot xpath. So because I want to select it by the value, I'm going to need xpath. So let's go ahead and now finish this off. So input, and that's going to be at value equals login. Now, so that was log in. Okay, so that's login. So let's just double check and show you that again. So you can see the value was log space in with a capital L. So now we've actually selected the elements on the page. Now we need to pass over something to the element. So dot send keys. So we're going to use dot send keys, and then first of all in the username we're going to type in admin. In the password, so the user password dot send dot keys. Now we're going to type in password, and then the submit. So submit dot send dot keys. So now this is where we're going to utilize keys, because we want the to utilize the enter key. So we say keys dot return. So we're going to press return, the return key on the submit button. So that now submits that data. So the question is now, how do I know whether I've actually logged in? All I'm going to do here, something really simple, is that when I log in, you can see that on this page, if we were to kind of inspect the page source, you can see that there is, for example, site administration. So there's a piece of text here that says site administration. So if I were to log out, we wouldn't find that piece of text on this page. So therefore, if we were able to find that piece of text in the actual source code, then it must mean we're actually logged in. So let's just go ahead and just see that in action. So what we're saying is we're going to create an assert. So that's going to say site administration. Make sure it's got the case sensitive. Make sure it's spelled correctly. So in, and then what I can do is I can get the browser, and then I can go into the page source, and I can, in this case, look to see if this word is inside of here. So if this returns true, then the test will pass. If it doesn't, then the test will fail. It means that we've not logged in. Right, so let me just close this server. So now we've got this in place. Let's just type in Pytest. Let's just run this. So you can see that the page opens. We try to log in, and at the moment we aren't able to. Web element object has no attribute send. Okay, so a little bit of a problem there. So let's just move up here. So this is in user password send keys. So let's just find that send. Okay, because we've got a dot here, an underscore. So that's that problem sorted. So let's just try this again. So looks okay. So this time our attribute error web element object has no attribute send again. Okay, so let's just have a look at that. Did I save it? Yep. Okay, send, because I've got send.key again. So another typo. So let's try it for a third time. I can see that's happening okay. And this time the assert is returning fail. So we failed this test here. So that's because we aren't able to log in. So the reason we're not able to log in, like I said before, when we run a test, we aren't using the Django database because we know that there is a user called admin and password in the main database, but this is a testing database now that gets generated when we build tests. So we're going to need to populate that with a user. So let's now go ahead to the test folder. This is the individual test folder, not in the dashboard. And then inside of here, we've got the Selenium file at the moment. So let's go ahead, create a new file called fixtures.py. And same procedure again. What we're going to do is we're going to connect that up in the conf test file. So let's just go ahead and do that. So we want this to run before we run tests, these fixtures. So for test.fixtures, so that points to this file here. So let's now build a fixture which will build or create an admin user. Okay, so import Pytest. Let's go ahead and define the fact it's going to be a Pytest fixture. Okay, so let's make a new function. Let's call this create admin user. So we're going to create a new admin user, and then let's go ahead and finish this off. Return admin user. So we're just simply going to return. We're going to return a user. So we're going to need to select a model because we're going to build a new user. So what we can do here is we can use Django _user _model. So if you have got the user model defined in settings, it will actually then utilize that model. Else it's just going to use the default model of user. So let's go ahead and return, and the Django user model, that's the Django user model, dot objects. While we're doing this, I'll explain that again. So if you remember, or if you're new to this, maybe you're not going to know this. So when we went ahead and migrated earlier, we created some tables. So you saw that in action. So inside of our database file here are the user tables that were created, or the tables, sorry, that were created. If you go into your extensions here, I've installed SQLite. So just go ahead and search and install SQLite. That will give you access to SQLite, allow you to open the database and have a view of the database. So I've right-clicked there. You can now see these are all the tables that we created earlier when we migrated, one of them being the auth user table. So what we want to do here is in our testing database, all this will get copied across to our testing database, and we want to then populate this with a new user. So what we've done here is we've utilized Django user model. That's a tool from Pytest Django, and that allows us to automatically select the user model, sorry, for this application. And like I said, you can go into the settings and change this, and it will pick that up and utilize that. So essentially what we're doing here is we're saying users.objects.create super user. So we're going to create a new super user in this default user table. So we're going to return that, and then we're going to make a new user. So we need to define the username, the email. That's going to be important, otherwise it's not going to work. And then the password, which is just going to be password. Okay, so that's our new user. So let's remember that because we included it here in the conf test file, that's going to now be, this file is now going to be included when we run a Pytest, when we run Pytest, when we run any tests. So this is going to be available to run and utilize. So what we can do now, in actual fact, let's go ahead and just build a test before this, whereby we create a new user. So let's just create a new function here, and we're going to call this test. Oh no, let's just call this create new admin user. So that allows us to create a new admin user. So let's go ahead and use the fixture, which is create admin user. So let's bring that in. And then we can just go ahead and, for example, create a simple assert. So let's do that. So assert. So here we're going to create a simple test, create admin user, and then we're going to check, we're going to create a user, and then we're going to return the $string method. So by default, that's going to be the username of the user. So this should equal the username of the user you just created, which is going to be admin, lowercase. So we're going to run this test first, and that's going to build a new user in the test database. And then we're going to run this test here and log in. So this test should be successful now. So let's go ahead and run the test, Pytest. So we log in. So I can see there in actual fact that didn't log in correctly. So for some reason that didn't work, but let's have a look to see what happened here. So you can see that the site administration failed. So there was an F here for failure. So let's just go back into our test, see what's going on. So if you look closely, you might be able to see what the problem is here. So notice that it says one failed test. However, there are two tests here. So potentially there's a naming issue here. So we need to name this test underscore. And now let's go ahead and test again. And now you can see that one failed and one passed. So it looks like at least now our first test is actually being run. So let's just recap why this might be working. This is a common issue that you might have. And I'm trying to introduce you to testing fairly promptly here, but to try and make us fall into the traps that typically occur when we're learning testing. So here what's happening is that we can see we've built a fixture. That's going to return. What that's going to return is it's going to allow you to build a new user in the admin table. Okay, so you can see that we run that, and then we return the admin user. And then we can move over to the next test. And then you can see that now we failed, so we still can't log in. So the problem here is that what's happening is that the start of a testing database is being generated. This test will run first, therefore we create a new admin user. So therefore we update the table with a new user, and then we just test to make sure that the user has been added, which it has. So we're all happy. So that test has passed. Now what's happening here, this is a separate test. So what's happened in the database previously is being rolled back. So when we try and run this test here, we don't actually have any users in the database anymore. So this is why we're unable to run this test. So if I just bring this fixture in here, so the create admin user fixture here. So if I run this fixture as well as then run this test, we're going to create a new user and then we're going to build the test. So it's attached to this test. So therefore the user should be live when we run this code. So now when I run the tests again, you can see very quickly that that is working okay. And we're now going to return to past test. So in short, we need to be careful about our testing database and potentially learn a little bit more about how the testing database works so that we can avoid these type of issues. So what I've shown you now is a snapshot of testing, or one way of testing. So for example, we built a fixture that allowed us to prepare data in our database. So what's happening now is I'm going to run Pytest. Remember, the conf test file is going to be initiated. That's going to load the fixtures and Selenium. So that happens first. And then what happens in this case, for example, this test is run. So behind the scenes, our test database is built. We then add a new user to the admin table, run this test, and then the database rolls back to the initial state. And then we now run this test here. You can see that we're going to create our data again, utilizing the create admin user fixture. And then we're going to run this test. And then the database is going to roll back to initial state. So the benefit of that is that we can run each test individually, which can be beneficial in some cases. However, sometimes we want to, at the start of our tests, kind of build the whole database and then add all the data into that database. And we can do that and make that data then available throughout our whole testing process, throughout the whole testing duration. So let's go ahead and have a look at how we can add data fixtures at the start of the testing process so that we can then utilize that for all of our tests. So let's we've already created our dashboard app here. So let me just close everything down. Okay, so we've got our dashboard app here. So let's now create a new folder in here let's call this new folder fixtures. Okay, so inside of here, what we're going to build is some fixtures. So a fixture essentially is pre-prepared data that we can insert into the database. And this can be really useful when we're building a test database because we can populate the test database. We can populate the test database really quickly and then utilize that throughout the duration of our tests. So if you head over to the Django documentation, it will take you through the process. If you just look for data fixtures, it will take you through the process of building, or the format of building fixtures. I'm just going to slim that down slightly. We're just going to build a fixture. So let's, inside of here, we're going to create a new file. Let's create some sort of format. So dbadmin, it's going to be for the dbadmin. It's going to be a fixture.db. So this is the dbadmin fixture, the admin database fixture. So first of all, we need to select we're going to need a model. So we'll select the model in a second. Let's just set this up. So let's go into our SQLite Explorer. So remember that I've got the extension installed, SQLite, which allows me to do this. So this is the model that we're going to be utilizing, auth user, because we want to insert some more data into the auth user, obviously the test database, but it's going to have the same names as the test database, as our real database here. So let's go ahead and start this up. So first of all, we're going to select the model. So we're going to do this a number of times for all the models that we build today in this tutorial. So this is the author user model. Okay, so let's give this a comma. So I noticed that I called this file .dp. I don't know why I did that. Apologies. Rename, this is going to be a JSON file. Strange. Okay, so we're going to need, well, what are we going to need? Well, inside of here, we've got everything that we're going to potentially need. So ID, that can be the primary key. So we just referred to that as primary key. That's going to be number 1. And then we're going to need some fields. So let's go ahead and add some fields. We're going to need a comma here. So fields, and then open and close bracket again. So now we need to populate our fields. So username we have here. So that's a varchar 150. So let's just create admin. So that's the username. And then we're going to need password, which is going to be password. And then we're going to need is super user. So there is something we're going to need to do in a second. I'll show you that because we can't actually store the password as password. So is super user. So this is going to define the fact that this user is a super user. So it's going to be true. True. Thank you. And then we're going to need is staff. True. And then finally is active. Okay, so that's going to be true too. Right, so now we've set that out. That's the data that we're going to insert into our database. We could have also utilized or set up an email. So we could also add email here, right? So email a@a.com. Okay, so that sets out our first data, or first piece of data that we want to insert into the database. This is a database fixture. So the idea is that when we run our tests, we're going to load this into our test database and then run our tests. And this is going to be then available, this data is going to be available within our test database throughout the duration of our tests. So the obvious question now is, well, how do I actually load this in? Well, that's fairly simple. So let's go back to where we are, the test folder, our fixtures. So underneath here, we're just simply going to load all of our fixtures into the test database. So what we can do in the command prompt is utilize load data. So load data allows us to select a fixture that we want to add data into the database. So what I can do here, for example, is load data and then select the fixture I want to use, and then that will get loaded into the database. So what I can do here is I can simulate those type of commands by using call command. So let's go back into the fixtures file here. So from Django.core.management, I can import call command. So that's going to allow me to essentially run commands. So down here, let's go ahead and make this into a Pytest fixture. And then scope, this time, it's going to be session. Okay, so we want it to be available for the whole session, for example. So def, let's call this Django DB setup. We're going to call it Django DB setup, and let's bring in a few things here in a second, but let's we'll do that in a second. So let's go ahead and load database data fixtures. So now we need to go back to Pytest Django. Let's have a look at two tools. So the first is the Django DB blocker. So this can be used, as it says here, because the database access is by default not allowed. So Django DB blocker is the object which can allow specific code paths to have access to the database. So the idea here is we want access to the database so that we can load fixture data into the database, the test database, of course. So that's why we're utilizing this. So we're going to be utilizing Django.db blocker.unblock, and then we're going to run the command, the call command, which is going to be load data and then the fixture name. So before we actually add any data, we're going to run the Django DB setup. Again, another Pytest Django function here. So this is a top level fixture that ensures that the test database is created and available. So if we want to actually create data in a database, we need to make it available. So we're going to run Django DB setup to allow us to access the database so we can unblock it and then load some data into it. So let's get back to this. So we're going to bring in two tools here. That's going to be the Django DB setup. So that makes the database available, and then Django DB blocker. Okay, so now we've got that in place. All we need to do now is run this. So with Django DB blocker.unblock, let's do something. So we're going to use the call command to run a command. So that is going to be load data. That's the command we want to run. And then after that, we then want to actually then run the fixture. So we're just going to name the fixture. It's going to find it for us in a folder called fixture. So we don't need to do anything like point it to where it is. We just need to name it. So fixture .json, and there we go. So as soon as we run a Pytest, as soon as we run any tests, as soon as we run Pytest, this is going to be loaded in, and we're then going to have access to that data in the database. Okay, so I just wanted to explain that slightly. So I said that as soon as we run Pytest, this is going to be available. Of course, it's not. We're going to need to call it. But what we need to remember is we only need to call it once because we've got this scope equals session. So as long as we've run this, it should mean that this will get run once, the data will enter the database, and we should then be able to use that for multiple tests. So let's just give this a try. And let's go back into this is our fixture. Actually, we've not even tested the fixture yet, but we're going to assume that that's okay. So let's go back into our test. So we're going to be looking for the dashboard test Selenium dashboard. Okay, so this time what we're going to do is we're going to just remove that for now, and we're not going to have create admin user. We're going to be utilizing the Django no, not. Yeah, the Django DB setup. So that's here's an issue. Potentially, we don't want to probably call it the same name, although it should be okay. So we're going to call this Django DB setup. So that's in there. So let's go ahead now and run this, see if it works. And it doesn't. Okay, so notice the error. We seem to be indented slightly, which probably causes a little bit of a problem. So let's just run this again. Okay, so just before we run this again, let's just go ahead and change this slightly. I don't like the fact it's the same name. So we're going to call this DB fixture setup. So we'll just rename it so to avoid any conflicts with Django DB setup. And then we'll just go ahead and put that into our test here. In addition to that, I noticed that this fixture seems to be indented slightly, which we don't want. So just bring that back in, and let's go ahead and give this a go. So we are receiving one error. So Django core management core command error, no fixture named. Okay, so fixture, let's just double check our fixture, db_admin_fixture, db_admin_ db_admin_fixture.json. So clearly this time you can see that the fixture cannot be found. So what we probably need to do at this time is because Dashboard is a new app, what we probably haven't done is actually registered the app. So let's go into our settings file here. We'll probably need to just register our new app to make it available, and it's likely then that Django will look for it. So this is going to be our local applications. So we're going to e-commerce dot, and that's going to be the dashboard. So that should now allow Django to see the dashboard and then hopefully the fixture folder. So we might need to perform one more action. So inside of our dashboard here, let's go into the apps file. So once that's done, head over to the dashboard apps here file. And what we're going to need to do is just extend this to e-commerce.dashboard. Okay, so that's going to be needed. That's in dashboard apps.py file, just so we can find this dashboard app. That should be done now. So let's go ahead and try this again. So this time you can see that everything seems to be okay, but we cannot log in. So let's just troubleshoot this a bit further. This is fairly interesting because you can now see that there's some additional information here. So we've got the captured std out setup. So you can see that we've installed one object, one fixture. So that's good. So we definitely have a fixture installed because it's telling us here. Now you may be wondering why it still doesn't work. So let's just go in and have a look. So you can see that we're running assert site administration in browser.page source. Now that was working before, so there seems to be a problem potentially. So we just need to have a look at the data again. So let's have a look at our fixture, just make sure everything matches up. And this is the problem. Sorry, I skipped it earlier. I was going to do it, then I forgot. So what's happened here then, the problem we're having at the moment is this user has a password. What's important here is to understand that fixtures just automatically just dump the data into the tables. There's no processing at all. And what we need to remember with the admin user or any user, their password gets hashed and saved in the database, not in clear text, but in kind of a hash format. So if you wanted to read a little bit more about password management in Django, of course, the documentation is a great start for that. But what we're going to do is we're going to manually hash a password, encrypt a password, and we're going to store that into the database. So let's just take a look at what we've got so far. We can't, my apologies. actually what we can do here, just added kind of bonus, right? So let's go ahead and run this. So what we probably do know is that the user database can be accessed. So let's go for user .objects .all or yeah .all. Oh, sorry, get. We use get, and then ID equals 1. So that's going to be the first user in this database. So let's say that I equals user.object. So we're going to need to bring in the user's database, right? So let's go ahead and just bring in the user database. So I'll just go and paste that in. So this is the user's database. So what we're going to do here is just grab the first item in the test users database, which should be, as we know, it should be the user we created in the fixture. So let's go for user name. So we're going to print I.username. So we're going to get the username of the user that's stored in the test database. So what we can do now is we can print that out. So if we run Pytest and then we use some flags, switches, RP, that's going to give us a printout. Let's just give this a go. And you can see here that we printed out admin. Okay, so we've installed one fixture and then we've also printed out admin. That just gives us a little bit more information. So we've selected the data user from the database. So let's just do the same for the password. So remember what's happening here is that our fixture is building a user or is adding that data to a database, and then we're collecting that database data. That's what we're doing here. So now we're going to collect the password to see what the password is. So you can see that the password is password. So that's incorrectly stored in the database. So the password should be hashed. It shouldn't be in clear text in the database. So what we need to do now is actually create a correct formatted password and put that into the database. So we can do that from the terminal in actual fact. So let's just run the shell. Okay, so what we need to do here is from, let's get this right, from Django.contrib .auth.hashes. So we can actually access the hashes that are actually utilized to make a password when a user creates a new password in the database. So we import that in, and now we just need to utilize make password, and then we just need to pass in our password, which is going to be password. So that's the actual password the user is going to type in. That's going to be hashed into the database, encrypted, stored in the database. So when the user types in the username and password again, that password that the user types in will get checked or hashed and matched then against the hashed password in the database. Obviously for security, we don't want to store the user's passwords in clear text in our database. So let's go ahead and do that. You can see that produces something like this. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to go to my fixture that I made earlier. Up here, DB admin fixture. This is going to be the password. Okay, so that's my fixture. And then I can just exit that. Good. And let's try this again. So let's run Pytest. So this time everything looks okay. And now we've passed. Now we've actually formatted the password correctly. We're now actually performing the actual username and password, or we're actually using the username and password that's been typed in, entered into the form correctly. The password's getting hashed into and matched against the item in the database. Okay, so apologies for the super... I'm trying to give you enough information without going into too much detail. Sometimes it just comes out a little bit wrong, so I do apologize if I've used the wrong phrase, terminology, etc. Hopefully you get the general idea of what is going on at this point. Right, so our test is now working. We've now tested our database. With our testing database, we've now tested the admin login. The login is working great. We're able to log in. Let's get rid of this user here. We don't need that anymore. So what we have now is the basic start of our testing package or testing framework we're going to be utilizing. We have our Pytest file. This is going to be the configuration of Pytest. Maybe we want to add some new configurations later. We had the conf.test file. That's going to be loaded every time we run tests. You can see that that is pointing to other files. So we're extending this and we're loading these files here and we're making these fixtures available within our other tests. And you can see we've created a single element here for Selenium, so we can run a Selenium web instance every time we want to run a Selenium test. And then we've got fixtures here where we've started to build some fixtures. So we'll expand upon this when we build the 10 tables. I think it's 10 tables that we're going to build. We'll build data fixtures for all of those tables. And you can see here, this is just a fixture now, which is a little bit redundant, but we're keeping it for now, fixture to create an admin user. So just in the test Selenium dashboard, I'm just going to tidy this up slightly, and that seems okay. And then finally, what we'll do here is we'll just pip install black. So black is going to allow us to just format our text, format our code, utilizing known standards. So let's go ahead and just create a new folder. Actually, what I can do here is if you're following this exactly, if you click on here, obviously this is where our virtual machine is running from, our Python virtual machine, so event folder scripts. If I click on that, sometimes what happens is a new folder appears. If it doesn't, let's just create a new folder. So this is going to be called a .vs code folder. Inside of here, what we're going to do is just set out some different settings. So I do have a whole tutorial on this, so I don't want to make this into a long onerous task. So this is settings.json. So on the website, on the YouTube channel, look for Visual Studio Code settings or black, using black. And that will take you through the process of what's happening here. But I'll just copy and paste this on. You can have a look at the code repository for this bit. What's happening here is I'm just setting up black as the default formatter. And you can see that I've defined the line length. What's going to happen every time that I save, it's going to, if I press save now, you can see that it started to format my code for me. So if you want to read a little bit more about black, it's right here on Pyperback. Of course, we've installed black. So as it says here, black is an uncompromising Python code formatter. Okay, so it's just going to help you with the general formatting of your code initially. So we won't go into too much detail there, but it's handy to have because it's going to help line things up and so on. So you'll find, you can see that the space occurred there. So every time I press save now, it's just going to format this for me automatically. Wonderful. So going back to our test-driven development workflow here. So that was super, how can I put it? That was a long-winded process, but I want to go through that process because it helps us set up what we're going to be moving forward with. So there's no working back now. What we set up there is a perfect start for our testing platform. And so we have generally tried to follow this process whereby we added a test and then we executed it and it failed. And then we made changes. In this case, the changes weren't necessarily to the code, but we needed to add some users and so on. And then we need to execute the code again. Eventually we got it working and we're now ready to move on. Don't forget to update the requirements text. So pip freeze, because we've just installed black. So let's just make sure we keep up to date. So that just updates the requirements file with everything that we've installed up to this point. If you haven't used the requirements before, what that's going to help you with, for example, if you download the code from the repository, you can go ahead and install all of these extensions in the right versions or the exact same versions that I'm using. So if you are having problems with the code, maybe you're using a different package, a lower package or a newer package than what's here. So just make sure you install what's here. You can almost then guarantee that everything will work okay. So I'm going to stop there and call that phase 1. So what you're going to find is a zip file with all the code that we've written so far inside of this zip file. So if you are having problems up until this point, you can go and have a look at this reference here. All the code is in there that we've completed to this point. Right, so now let's move over to phase 2. This is now developing the inventory app. Here in phase 2, we're going to start building the inventory app, moving across to creating, first of all, the models. Now we're going to use a kind of test first approach here, creating the models. Now this isn't something that maybe you want to replicate in your own practice, but it is kind of a good approach to start thinking a little bit more deeply about your models and how they're going to be utilized in your application. So we are going to be utilizing the database design that we developed in the first section or first part of this course. And now in between doing all that, I'm also going to show you using Factory Boy to generate factories or fixtures for your test database. So we'll also include that. Now, there's two approaches here that we're working with, and you can pick and choose which one, so you don't have to use both of them. So we can use Factory Boy to generate data for our testing database, or we can utilize, like we've seen before, the test fixtures or the data fixtures that we developed for example, the admin table. We can utilize that for all of our other tables that we develop. So there's essentially two approaches here that you can try. I'm going to integrate both into this application to begin with. So let's go ahead now and first of all build the inventory app. So far we have been installing or creating apps inside of the e-commerce folder here, or this e-commerce main project folder. So we have the dashboard at the moment. So let's go back into this. We're going to cd back into the e-commerce folder. And then from here, we're going to say Django admin and then start app inventory. So we're going to create a new inventory app. And then I'm just going to cd back into the main directory. So now I'm back into the root directory. So now we just need to go over the settings. I've already done this. I've added now a new local application, inventory. So that's the second app that we're building. So we're going to need that. If we were going to create some models here, we need Django to pick up this application and actually build those and put those into our database, the models that we build. So that's why we go ahead and register our new app that we've built. So let's go into the apps here. We just need to change this to e-commerce. Inventory. So that's now in place. So now we're registered and ready to go. Let's go in and have a look at the models. There's nothing in there at the moment and nothing in the test. So let's delete the test file. We're now going to create a new folder here called tests. And then inside of here, we want to create a new file. So at this point, what we probably want to call this, I'm going to call this a new file. I'm going to call this test underscore db fixtures .py. So because we already have a clear design here that we're going to follow, this makes this process a little bit easier to conduct. And now it's interesting because it's important for us to actually start with the right table. So we need to think about this kind of integrity, the connections between the tables. So if we start with a category here, that's going to then allow us then to build the product table without any problems. So you can see that this is a one-to-many relationship here potentially. So product, then we build the product inventory table, then we'll build the brand table, stock table, media table, and then we move across here and build these two tables here. And then I'll give you an example of how to build your own link table. That might be useful. Now, anytime there's a many-to-many relationship between two tables that you defined in your models in Django, it will automatically build a link table, in this case, the product category table. So like I said, we'll go through and build this manually later, but we'll have a look at how that works automatically too in Django. So using a test-first approach here, the process is that we're going to build a test that's going to test, in this case, because we're going to build some data fixtures, it's going to first of all test to make sure that the data fixtures fit the model that we're going to build. So the idea is that we'll build a test to insert data into the database maybe and return data from the database utilizing some data fixtures. So the idea here then is we build a unit test, and that's going to essentially drive the database development. So that's the whole idea. We build a test that drives the process, that informs us of what we need to develop in our models. And then we go ahead and build our model, and then that should match and mirror what's expected in our tests. So let's get started building some tests. So we'll go ahead and import Pytest here, and then I think we're going to need from e-commerce This obviously doesn't exist yet. From e-commerce inventory, we need to import our models. So we're going to need to actually test the test database. So we're going to need the model. Right, so let's go ahead now and run Pytest. So I'm going to try and separate some of these tests so I can run them individually if I want to. So for example, here I'm going to be developing a large fixture for this table, for the category table. So I'm first of all going to show you the approach of kind of importing, like we did previously, importing some data fixtures into a database, and we're going to then test them. So here in my test, I want to define multiple sets of arguments to test. So here we're going to use the parameterizing fixture, or here we're going to use the parameterized mark in order to set up multiple arguments to test. So here, for example, let's go ahead and use Pytest, and this is going to be Pytest mark dot parameterize. There we go. So what we're going to do here is just set up multiple data that I want to test against the database. Now, this isn't going to make sense to begin with if you're new to this, but what I need to do is I now need to define the data or the table fields. So we've got ID, we have a name, slug, and is active. Okay, so these are all the table fields in the category. So here I'm going to essentially just test all these fields, right? So now I've got that in place. I now need some data I want to kind of test against. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be building some data fixtures. So I'm going to build, in this case, 35 different categories. That's the aim. So I already know that. So I can go ahead now and, for example, get the first, this is ID. So this represents ID, then name, slug is active. So I'm going to set up a set of data. So this is going to match my, data fixtures. So fashion, slug is going to be fashion, and then is active 1. So this could be true or 1. So is active, that's going to be true or false. Is active in this case means that this category is active. Now I may have some kind of seasonal categories that I want to hide different times of the year. So is active is kind of a good tool to set up. So I can only show is active categories, say on the web page. So that is set to true or false. Right, so with that in place, I can go ahead and I can go ahead, of course. I can go ahead and add some more data. So for example, ID 18, and then the last category is going to be baseball 1. So everything is active. Right, so I've got some data that I want to test my database against. Let's just make sure there's a comma there. And now I'm going to build a function. So I want to utilize that data now and test it against the inventory category database. So this is going to be testing the database fixture for the category. So what I need to do here now is pass in DB. So that's going to give me access to the Django database, Django DB setup. So that's where I'm going to find my fixtures. If you remember, the Django DB setup actually changed. I didn't call it Django DB setup anymore, did I? So let's go back into there and have a quick look. So if we go back into tests here, in our fixtures, we called it, what do we call it? DB fixture setup. So here we're just going to add and load more fixtures. So we're going to utilize what we previously built for that. So that's going to be the Django database fixture setup. So we're going to need that, and then we'll just go ahead and add the fields ID, name, slug, and is active. All right, so essentially we're passing this data over to our function for us to then go ahead and test it. Right, so what we need to do now is let's pretend that we do have fixtures in our test database, our category test database. So this is the data that we want to test against. So we should have now in our database, number 1, ID 1 should be this. ID 18, ID 35 should be that once we add the fixtures into our test database. So we're going to, first of all, grab the category, category.objects.get. So basically we're going to get individual items from our category table. So ID equals ID. So the idea here is that we're going to grab that one, grab this one, then we're going to grab that one. So that's what parameterization provides us here. We can set up multiple test parameters and run against multiple test parameters from this kind of one test. So with that in place, we'll grab the item based upon this ID 1, 18, and 35, and then we grab that data and we'll perform some tests. So let's just make sure that we've tested everything. So for example, result dot name. So the result was going to be stored in result here. Then we're going to test to make sure that the name is correct. So the name should equal name. So what do I mean by that? Well, the name is passed over from here. So let's imagine we run this test. First of all, it's going to grab the first piece of information. So ID1, name, fashion, slug is going to be fashion, is active going to be 1. So then that can then get passed down to here. So the idea is that we get the ID of this one, the first one, number 1. We then grab that data, put it into result, and then we can test, see what the name is. So the name should be of this first item, fashion. So once we've iterated once, we then iterate around again. This time we now grab here this piece of data, and then we just run this test again, and then do the same thing with baseball. Okay, so we just test that. So assert result dot slug equals slug, and then assert result dot is active equals is active. Okay, so what we've done here is we've just tested literally every single field, if you like. Probably should be a comma there. That's why it's doing that. So we've tested every single field. It's not every single field, but we're going to say every single field in the category table now. So as long as we've now correctly created that table, which should include all these fields, then these tests should work. As long as we've inserted our database fixture correctly, then we should return this data. So with that in place, that's our first test. And now we can say, well, we're probably ready now to create our table. But before we do that, I just want to show you 2 approaches. So this approach here is utilizing data fixtures that we're going to build. So again, similar to what we did previously, if we have a look at the fixtures we previously made, we just made one fixture, didn't we? So in the dashboard here, we have a fixture here, this JSON fixture. So we're going to build some fixtures for every table. And this is one approach where we can take to build our testing database, our test database. So the alternative option is to use a factory, for example. So let's just build another test now, whereby we use a similar approach, but this time we're going to build a factory. So what we're going to do with this approach is, I think what we can do generally here is we can probably just copy some of this down. So let's just copy this to begin with. So here we're going to use factory point now. So let's go ahead and use parameterize. So we don't need ID in this case, because what we're going to do is use the Django creation tool. So we don't need to define ID. Now, what we've got to remember here in a lot of cases is that when we insert a fixture, we are literally just copying and pasting it into the database. There's no process there. We're just putting the data in the database. So here we're actually going to build the database and go through the Django typical process as if we actually created the data. So it would get validated, for example, before it gets inserted. So we don't necessarily need to define the ID here. We just want to make sure it enters the database. So we're testing to check to make sure here that we can insert data into the database. This is the data that we're going to try and insert into a database. So the name, the slug, and is active. Okay, so with that in place, let's go ahead now and build a new function. So I think I'm going to call this test inventory DB category insert data. So whereas this one is testing the database fixture, now we're going to check to make sure that we can insert data into our category. And of course, that's a core function. We want to add new data into this. So it seems quite wise for us to test that we can. So what we're going to need to do is we're going to need the database. So we include DB. So that allows us access to the database. So I'm going to need to make a factory for this. So I need to do that shortly. So we've got name, slug, and is active. Right. So that's what we're going to pass in. So the category factory we haven't built yet. So what the category factory is going to do is it is basically going to allow us to build data for our new model. So let's go ahead and what we're going to do is we're going to build a factory. So by default, we can create a factory and it will make data for our test database. However, we can also pass data to it. So we're going to pass data to our factory to then build new data into the database. So let's finish this off. So result equals, so category, so underscore factory. So we're going to use the factory to create some new data. Right, so we're going to pass this data over to our factory. That's going to then actually build and save this data into the database. So we want to make sure that works. So let's just pass the data over to our factory. Name is name, slug is equals slug. So we're just passing this data here over to our factory, slug, and then is active equals is active. So simple. Now we just need to go ahead and run some asserts. So we can pretty much copy this here. So we're just going to make sure that what we've inserted. So here we're going to insert this one first and then test it. And then we're going to insert this item, test it, and then we're going to insert this one and test it. Now, every time we insert an item here, what you're probably going to find is that the database will roll back. So we'll insert this piece of data into a database using our factory, and then the database will roll back, and then we'll install, or we'll give this one a go and test that one, and then we'll roll the database back, so the data will get deleted, and then we'll then run this test here. Right, so that should be pretty much the process of doing that. So now we need to go ahead and create some factories. So now we're going to start utilizing Factory Boy. So let's get back in to the code. We're going to build a factory. Now let's remember a factory essentially is kind of what it suggests. It's a way of creating data automatically for our database. What you've seen already is we can actually override that process. So we'll basically just set out the parameters of building data in our factory, and then we can pass data to it or use some sort of automated process to generate data. So this is the alternative to creating data fixtures, for example. Right, so let's go ahead and let's just close everything down. Right, so in e-commerce, in tests, we're now going to create some factories. So I'm just going to separate this up for now. It might be that the fixtures and the factory code would all go into one file, but I'm just going to break this up for now, factories.py. Okay, so let's go ahead and build some factories. So we're going to need to import factory. I'll just zoom in a bit for you. Import factory, and then factory, and then we're going to need input Pytest, and then we're going to, when we installed factory, what we also installed was Faker. So from Faker, Faker is going to give us some more tools that are going to allow us to generate some data automatically. So it's well worth having a look at what it does. There's loads of different options. I'll just show you some of them. So we're going to import Faker, and then from Pytest underscore factory boy, we're going to import, which we're probably going to need later, register, I think. Okay, so with that in place, let's just set up fake equals faker. Okay, so we're just setting up faker so we can then utilize it. So that's faker in place, and then we're also going to need the models. So from e-commerce dot inventory, let's just import models. So we can do this of either one way, import them individually or just all of them. So we're going to be pretty much using all the models. So I'm just going to import models and extend from there. So let's build our first class. So that's going to be category factory. So we build our first factory. So we need to extend factory.django, keys, Django, Django model factory. Okay, so we extend from factory. So we're looking for the Django Django model factory. So we're going to build a factory. So we're going to use the class meta, and that's going to allow us to define the model that we want to use. So model equals models dot category. Okay, so that's the category model. So we've defined what model we want to use. Let's add some parameters now, or some defaults. So name equals fake dot. So we're going to use Lexify, and I'm going to show you what this is. So there's a few different tools out that we can utilize. I'm just going to utilize Lexify. This allows us to essentially create some random elements. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So these are question marks here with this Lexify. It would just basically make those random elements for you. So every time I create a new factory, the name will be slightly different. So what I've done here, you can see that the category model will have a field called name. So every time I call this factory, what's going to happen is it's going to automatically generate a new name for me. Now, this might seem a little bit random to do it this way. What I like doing with the factory is that generally, I mean, this factory can build multiple models. I can define this to build like 100, 1,000, 100,000 different entries into the database. But here I'm just showing you the basic setup of this. So what I've done here is that when I want to kind of inspect and go back and if I want to troubleshoot this process, the whole point of this is that if I see data that starts with cat name, whatever, random numbers and text, then that's going to give me an indication of what this data is. If I were to just leave it like something like this, I have no idea maybe that is the category. So it just allows me later on, if I need to troubleshoot this, I know if I can go in and have a look at the data that's being generated, it gives me an idea of where this data is coming from. So slug equals fake dot lexify. So again, fake comes with all sorts of tools. So name, address, it can generate real kind of text. Here I'm not really building anything substantial, or not really trying to replicate anything, but I'm just trying to test this out. So let's just do this again. So every time, like I said, we utilize this factory, it's just going to generate a new entry in the database. So that's the whole point, again, generally of this factory. So now we have this factory in place. We're just going to stick with name and slug. We can add more, of course, if you want to. So let's just go back to fixtures here, so you can see we have also is active. Now what we're going to do with the is active is we're going to set it to default to true. So the default should be true by default, so we don't necessarily have to do anything here, unless you want to be a little bit more explicit, in which case you can. So with that in place, what we need to do now is we need to essentially just register this. So this is why we brought in register earlier. So let's go ahead and use register, and then we need to call this category factory. There we go. So essentially what happens now, then I've registered this category factory, it now becomes available. So to utilize now, similar process again in the conf test, I do want to make sure that when we run our tests, this factory, the factory's file is available. So let's just go ahead and do that. So now the factories will be available to utilize. So that's in the conf test file. So let's go ahead and run these tests. So let's just zoom out a bit. App here, let's remove that, and settings we don't need. Right, so let's go ahead and run this test. So just Pytest. So you can see here name, okay, so we've got some factories.py. So let's go back into that. Faker. Okay, a bit of a typo. Okay, so module e-commerce inventory models has no attribute category. Okay, so we're not even getting anywhere near tests here because our models don't exist. So we can't run these tests yet because our models don't exist. So looks like we're going to need to build some models, right? So let's go into the inventory, e-commerce inventory, and then models. And let's go and build a new inventory model. So class sorry, category, not inventory, sorry. Class category, let's just produce, pass. Let's just pass this. Let's just run this again. Okay, so you can now see that, well, a lot of things are going on here. It's starting to get a little bit annoying, but 6 have failed, 1's passed, and we've got 1 warning. So clearly there's some failed tests going on here. So we need to kind of work out what's failing. We know what's failing because, let's just zoom this out a bit. We know it's failing here. Short test summary. Let's move up. That's a warning summary. Let's just move up here so we can see that some different tests are failing. So it's generally identifying which tests are failing. So this is where the fails start. So it is nicely sectioned. So this is where the fails start. So we can see that that test has failed. We can see exactly what has actually failed here. So type category has no attribute objects. Okay, so there's a little issue there. And then moving down here, we can see some more test errors. So we see these are all individual test errors, information about each test. So that kind of moves down nicely. So clearly there's a few different issues here. So we've got 6 failed. Now, one thing that you saw here was the Selenium tests were also being run, which is slightly annoying. So really we want to focus in on the tests that we're trying to run now rather than test everything at this point, potentially. So you can, of course, just run, I say of course, you can just run certain tests. So we could just run this file, for example, but because we've been trying to utilize marks, what we can do is we can just run the tests that are selected or identified, in this case DB fixture, or we can just remove and not run certain tests. So for example, let's run the set of tests again, but this time we're not going to run, for example, marks that Selenium marks. Remember, we in the dashboard here, in the tests, here we marked up with Selenium. So what we're going to do here, for an example, I'm going to run Pytest and then not Selenium. So I'm not going to run any Selenium tests. So this time you can see that Selenium didn't pop up. We've got 6 failed tests, 1 deselected. So we're actually being told tests are being deselected. So that's a test we created earlier. So 6 failed, 1 deselected, and we also have 1 warning. So this warning is because of our mark. So we set out a mark called, let's just go back into our test here, DB fixture. So this is just a new mark that we generated. So let's just go into the Pytest INI again, and let's just go ahead and just create a new marker, DB fixture. So just database fixture tests, for example. So if we run our tests again, hopefully that gets rid of the warning. So our warning has now disappeared and we end up with 6 failed tests. Right. So let's just move this out again. So 6 tests. Right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's where the 6 individual tests, that's what it's referred to as 6 tests there. So we've got 1, 2, 3 pieces of data, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6. There we go, of our data. Right. So let's go ahead now and try and solve this problem. So we've got this category model here. So we can utilize this to drive what it is that we need to build. That was the idea, right? So let's go back up here. So we're going to need to build a new category model, and that should have name, slug, and is active. Right, so in our models, we'll go ahead and build our class here. So what we're going to need to do here is we are going to be developing an MPTT model. So MPTT is a technique for storing hierarchical data in your database. So imagine here we are using categories. So there's going to be some kind of deep nested type of categories. So this is basically just an efficient way of storing hierarchical data in your database. So let's go ahead. Now, this is slightly concerning because the project is currently unmaintained. It's a very popular project, Django MPTT. So hopefully someone will pick this up, but we are going to still utilize it. There shouldn't be any problems. So let's go ahead and just copy that. And then we go ahead and just pip install it. So with it installed now, let's go ahead and finish developing. So from DB import models, we will also, so although we're not going to be doing any translation just yet, let's just set up the database so that we can. Now, if you're interested in translation, then head over to kind of some initial tutorials that I set up, showing you how to utilize these tools. So this is going to be get text underscore lazy as underscore. So this is basically just going to flag some of the text here so that we can translate it later. So utilizing the underscore. So let's go ahead now and build our category. Now we are going to be using MPTT model. So we're going to also need to bring that in, thinking about it. So from MPTT dot models, we're going to import MPTT model. We're going to need the tree, probably the tree foreign key at some point. So let's just bring that in, and then tree later on many to many field. So we're going to need those tools from the MPTT package. Right, so with that in place, that's basically going to set up a whole different range of different things for us. So let's go ahead, and this is going to be the inventory category. It's a bit obvious really. Table implemented with MPTT. Happy days. Right, so let's go ahead and create a name. So this is now being driven from our fixture. So we're going to need name, slug, and is active. So that is what we're going to need to build. Now the ID is automatically generated by Django, so we don't need to define that manually. So let's go for name equals models dot, and this is going to be a character field. Cool. So max length. So we'll go for max length. There's going to be a lot of copy and paste in here eventually. So we can define the max length. So this is just the one parameter that we can define. So let's just define that as 255. So that's the maximum length. Now that might be quite a little bit too long for some of these categories. I can't imagine anything over 100. But this is something that you need to think and decide when you're building a database. You need to seriously think about the maximum length of your character fields for your database. So I'm going to go for 100. I can't imagine any categories over 100 characters. Now, there's some things here happening in the background here. Now, I'm going to be explicit as possible here, just to really start to allow us to think about in a little bit more detail our database and what we need from it. So these are things that are automatically defined in the background, but I'm just going to bring them to the forefront here and utilize it for every single table. And you'll get bored of it very quickly, but you'll get the general idea. And then by the end of it, you can just remove it, or I will remove it. But null equals false. So what we want to make sure is this field is never null. So we can't use the null value, right? So unique. So we have this unique property. Unique. God, I can't spell unique now. Let's start with the right letter. Unique. Okay. Equals false. So that means that this field doesn't need to be unique. Now this is just something that is automatically set behind the scenes, but I'm just explicitly defining this. So blank equals false. So this shouldn't be blank. Okay, so these fields, this field here should never be blank. So it always should have something. So that's going to enforce the user to always include a name. So we can't build a category without a name. That's essentially what we're saying here. Now, again, this is just happening behind the scenes, so we don't necessarily have to define this manually. Now, what we can do here is the first parameter is the kind of name, but what we can do here is we can set something called the verbose name. So like I said, Each field, except for the foreign key, many-to-many, and one-to-many, one-to-one field, take an optional first positional argument, a verbose name. So if the verbose name isn't given, Django will automatically create it using the field attribute's name. So if you're wondering how Django utilizes, or kind of how the admin area works, knowing what your field names are, this is where it's kind of being generated from. So we can change the name of our fields. So somewhere else in the system, we could potentially utilize this name. So that's fairly beneficial, because it might be that you want to build a database table where the database fields don't quite match up kind of in natural language terms. So somewhere else in your system, you want other people to understand what field you're working with. So that allows you then to create an additional name which kind of represents that field. So like you said here, we can just utilize the first optional parameter to define the name, or we can just use a verbose name keyword argument like we're doing here, and just generate it ourselves. So generally the verbose name is used in the foreign keys, many-to-many, one-to-one field. I'm just going to use it everywhere. So verbose name equals, and then we're using the underscore because this can get translated potentially. So another benefit really of doing this category, so it's going to be called category name. There we go. So instead of just name, it's going to say category name. So there's the switch up there. So we can also include, for example, some help text. So this can be useful again in the admin area if we want to, and we can also get that translated. So what we're going to do here is just define the format required, and then max is going to be 100. So here the help test is basically just going to provide some help in terms of the format of this field. So the user, if they look at the help text, it's going to tell them the format is required. So this field is required, and there's a max length of 100. So that gives them some additional information about this field. Right, so again, that is extremely explicit, creating these fields. And I'm going to do it for every single one. And I'm going to get as many complaints as possible for doing this. Why are you doing this? So hopefully it gives you a better idea of what's going on ultimately, and you can remove this later, like I said. Right, so slug field. So moving on to the slug field now. So this is a slug field. Let's go for, if you don't know what slug field is, have a look online. But generally, this allows us to create a URL friendly piece of text that we can utilize as a slug, as a link. So in a link, we can't use some characters, for example. So a slug field just ensures that we're not using those characters to build a link, a hyperlink, for example. So max length equals, again, 255. Now it needs to be the same really, because the slug field generally is made up of the character field. It might be a little bit longer because there's normally dashes in between words, but let's just stick at, we're probably gonna need a good, let's go for 150. It needs to be a little bit bigger. And then we go ahead and do null equals false. It's going to get a little bit boring in a minute if it hasn't already. Unique equals false. So we're just, again, I'm just thinking about what this needs to do for me. And although I'm just saying this explicitly, and this is just happening in the background, it just gives me a better idea, everyone a better idea of what's going on with this field. So let's go ahead now and sort out the verbose name. So that's going to equal category name, category safe URL. Okay, and then we've got the help text again. So this is going to be the same type of thing. So I just want to define the format. So that again, it's going to be required. So null is false, blank is false. So it's going to be required. So required, and then we just need to find, it needs to be basically a slug field needs to be letters, numbers, underscore, or hyphens. Okay, so that's the format of a slug field. in short. So let's make a comma there. So that should be nicely formatted. Okay, so that's the help desk for that. And then we can move on to the next field. So that is active. So that should be a fairly simple one, is active. So this is just going to be a Boolean field equals models.Boolean field. And then we just need to define the default for this. So the default equals true. So this is on or true by default. So every time you make a new category, it's set to true. Now, what you might want to do here in actual fact is set this so it is not true. So when you make a category, it doesn't automatically appear with all the other categories. You might want to set this to false to begin with, and then have the user manually change it to true. And by that time, you would be definitely sure that you want to then make it active. So I'm going to set this to true to by default, and then we're just going to move on. There's not too much else here that we need to do. Right, so next up, we're going to define parent. Okay, so this is just part of the MPTT model setup. You can have a look at the manual for this. So I'm just going to follow essentially the manual. So we're going to create a foreign key. So this parent is going to allow us to, this field is going to allow us to connect to the parent field. So for example, if we're making a hierarchical structure, maybe at the top was number 1, and then a subcategory of 1 was Django. So that's kind of the parent of Django would be the first category, category 1, for example. So this field allows us to kind of set up that. So here we're using the tree foreign key to our self. So we're going to need self here. And we just need to then add a few more different parameters. So for example, on delete, because this is a foreign key. So all my models to begin with, I'm going to use .protect. So there's a few different options here. Now in past tutorials, I've made a complete cock-up of explaining them. So by default, I'm just going to put protect to begin with, and that's just going to protect everything for now and avoid any deletion at this point. And then I can go through again and think about how that should react. And that's really kind of an important factor when I'm building a database. So if you would like to go ahead and have a look at the different options for that, but for now we're just going to go through this, and we're just going to have models.protect on all of our models to begin with, and then we can tweak them as and when we need to. So related name equals children. So again, I'm just following what I remember the settings are needed. So null equals true, blank equals, so this is again me just being incredibly explicit, unique equals false, and then verbose name, that's going to equal parent of category. Okay, so that's the name, and then finally we just have the help text equals, and that's going to be the format again, and then not required. Cool. Right, so that's all that in place. So that's the parent, and now we can go ahead and add some other settings. So for example, class MPTT, we can add some meta here. So we can define, for example, the default order. So order insertion by equals name. Okay, so a little bit of that, and then we can also then create a class meta for the whole table. So let's go ahead and do that. So verbose name equals, and then translatable. So this is going to be product category. So that's what I'm going to call this table. What's the verbose name? Product category. So instead of category, it's going to be product category. And then I can also now change the name plural. So with this, what you're going to find is that if you don't define the plural here, everywhere in your system, it's going to say categories with just an S and not I-E-G. So plural here is going to allow us to kind of change that up. So product categories. Okay, so that defines everything we need right there, except for, let's just do the dunder string method. So that's just going to define what is returned by default. So if I were to run a query on this database and return an item, by default it will return, in this case, the name. So I can change that to whatever I like. Maybe you want to return the slug or something else. You can obviously add more to this if you like, but the default is we're going to return the name. If we would run a query and output it in the terminal, it would show the name. Right, so that's pretty much everything we need there. So maybe what we can do now is run Pytest again. So you can see that we've got an error here on line 3, MPTT model. So let's just make sure we've got this right. MPTT capital M O D, yeah, MPTT models import. Okay, so it's just twigged. What we need to do is we need to go into settings and we need to actually install the app. So go ahead and go into your main root directory. So you can close it all down, of course, and then just go to e-commerce and your settings are right there. So that's just maybe a quick way of doing that. So inside of here, we're going to need to define an external application. So we're going to call this external applications. So we're just going to need to define MPTT here. So that will make it available in our project. So when we go back, hopefully now when we run the tests again, we now have a name model was not defined. Okay, so this should be models. So just a few issues here. Undefined variable, key foreign key, tree foreign key. So we've just run into another typo again. You can see that it needs a capital. Unknown word, MPTT. I think that's okay. So let's run our tests again. Okay, good. So this time we have 1 deselected and 6 errors again. Right, so this isn't the end of the story, because remember what we're going to need to do now, like we did with the dashboard, is we now need to build some fixtures. So in the inventory app here, we're going to create a new folder. It's going to be called fixtures. And inside of here, we're going to need to build a fixture. So we're going to be building quite a few fixtures. So we're going to need to make sure we've got a good naming scheme for this. So db underscore category fixture.json. Seems like a good way. So this is our new fixture. So what we're going to need to do is build a fixture like we did with the previous fixture here. To build, we'll start with 1 fixture and then we move on and create some more. So let's go ahead and build a fixture for this. So here's my recommendation with this. Because you're using MPTT, there's a few different other fields that you're going to need to know about. And it's going to get complicated very quickly if you manually create this. It just gets very complicated very quickly. So what I've done is I've just gone ahead and I've migrated. So let's do a make migrations. I'll just show you the process. So you can see we're going to make the category table. Let's go ahead and migrate. Okay, so we've now migrated that table. Everything seems to be okay, which is great. So let's go ahead now and run the server. Okay, so we're running the server. Let's go into the actual server now. So we'll go to the admin. And then we just log in, so this should be admin and password. Okay, if it's not, you just need to make a new admin. Right, so what we need to do here is register we're going to register the model. Now I'm kind of moving ahead a little bit. So admin here, and then we can go ahead and register this model. So head into the admin area. I'm just going to paste this in. So we're going to need to, from Django contrib, import admin, and then we need to import the table. So in this case, from e-commerce, so e-commerce, and then inventory, and then the models, and import category, and then we just need to register the model. that we just created. So that was category. So having done that, we now go back into the admin, press refresh. You now should see the product categories. Notice how it's named. So that's a fairly interesting point to make. If we go back here into the model, notice that what we did, we utilize it all lowercase, and you can see by default what Django is going to do is just capitalize the first letter. So Django does that by default. So the P is capitalized. We can change that, of course, and we will go through and generate our own admin dashboard. But for now, what we're going to do is go into here, add a new product. So let's just add a new product called Django, and then a category save URLs. Django is active, yep. And then there's no parent, so then we can press save. Right, so we can do it this way. Then add a new product, and then let's just call this Django models, for example. So let's just create a safe URL, and then the parent of Django, save that, and there we have that too. Right, so that's all interesting, but the reason why we do it this way is what we can do is we can build the table data first, and then we can extract that data and then build a fixture. Now for MPTT, that's probably a good way of working because there's other fields that you need to deal with here. And without going through the documentation, without spending another half an hour explaining, this is just going to be an easier process for you to take while you're using MPTT. Right, so now we've entered some data into a database. Let's go back into our database here. We're going to right click and open this database, just make sure you've got the right app installed. And then you can see what we have now is we have a Django.inventory.category table, right? So you can see all the different fields that are now been included for MPTT. We've got left and right, tree ID, level, parent ID, and so on. So there's a few different fields there that we haven't accounted for. So creating that manually is quite a laborious process. So let's go ahead and now just extract that data from this table. So to do that, what we can do is we can use the manage py file, and then we can use dump data. Now we can just dump the whole database, but what we're going to do here is grab the inventory.category table. And then we're going to put that into a new.json file. There we go. So what we should now have is a new file here called new.json. And you can see what's happening here. If I just press save. Well, you can see what's happening now is that that is being placed inside of a JSON file, and we now have all the data from our database, so we can now actually utilize this as a data fixture. So this is a cool way of creating a data fixture. So imagine you did populate a big database. You can now kind of utilize that process to create a data fixture and then keep loading it into your database. And this comes in really handy in your work process when you're kind of moving this around. Other people are utilizing this setup. It makes it easier for them to load data quickly into the database. So we run the command again, and this time we just indent it because it's all on one line at the moment. So let's go ahead and just here, let's use a indent 2 or maybe 4. Let's give that a go. And there we go. So we now have indentation. We can see these are the two items that we added into a database, Django and the Django model. So we can now go ahead and let's go ahead and just copy and paste this format. So I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to go into my fixtures in the inventory app in the db category fixtures.json, and I'm going to just paste it there essentially. And there we go. So we now have our new fixtures inside of our inventory app for the db category fixture. So of course that's not the end of the story, because let's go back into our tests here. We're expecting this data here. So what we're going to need to do now, I'm just going to go ahead and you just copy and paste this from a repository. I'm going to go ahead and build a set of data fixtures for this. So I'm going to go through that process I just shown you, create all my, going to create all of my categories, and then I'm just going to dump the data. And so here it is. So apologies, like I said, this is in the GitHub repository. All you need to do is copy and paste it in. You don't want to see me copy this out. Now, this is quite a small file. We're going to be making like a 66,000 line file shortly. So I'm definitely not going to type this all out on screen. We'll be here all day. So I've gone ahead and built this. You can see that the first model here as a name of fashion, a slug of fashion. So this just matches our test here, fashion, fashion, number 1. Number 35 is going to be baseball. So let's go back into that again. So ID 35, which is the last item, is going to be baseball. So you can see that I'm testing this data. Right, so now I have my fixture in place. And let's not forget, we're going to now need to just close this all up. Let's go into the tests and fixtures. Here we need to create a new call. Remember, this time now, not only are we going to need to bring in the database fixtures for the DB admin, we're now also going to load the fixtures for the infantry fixtures. That's going to be called DB category fixture. There we go. So we're going to pull in that fixture. So now we have a fixture. We pulled it in. Let's give that a go again, shall we? Pytest, not Selenium. Let's give this a go. And there we go. So now you can see that we have 6 passed tests. So everything is now working perfectly for us. So all the tests are running successfully, which means that we've successfully built a test database, a category table in our test database, and they've been successfully tested against this data. And we can successfully actually then go ahead and build data within our database. So we can do this further. We can have a look further. So the result of this, so here we're trying to add a piece of data into our database 3 times into our category table. So what I can do here is say just result equals, oh, sorry. Let's do print the result dot, for example, name. So we're just going to print out the name every time we add an item into the database. So let's just run that. So you can see that nothing occurs because what we're going to need to do here is use the RP. That's going to show us a little bit more output. You can now see we're just capturing the output here. So these are the 3 items that were inserted into the database, for example. So you can clearly see that is working absolutely fine. At this point, you might also be asking yourself, well, what does the factory actually do? Because what we've done so far, we've utilized the factory to create new data. But what we're doing is we're overriding the name and the slug here that is going to be automatically generated if we were to use this factory to create some data and insert it into the category table. So let's just go back here. So that's what we're doing here. So we're just adding some more data here, and then we're just kind of printing it out, or we're checking to see if that has been inserted, correctly from the result here when we actually use create here. So we reference the factory and then use .create to actually then create new data into the database. So obviously this factory is connected to the factory here, which is connected to this model. So we know where to insert the data. Right, so let's go ahead and just run another print. So this time we're going to run print result.name. And this time we're not going to take in the name parameter. Okay, so we're just going to remove that. And then from up here as well, that should, and then just here. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to have the name being created by the factory. So the factory is going to create the name for us because we're not overriding it now. So we should see a different name. That name should start off with cat underscore name underscore something random. So let's just give that a go. So let's just run this again. Must be equal. Okay, so let's just remove. Oh, okay, I see why. Okay, so let's just quickly remove the first item here because expecting the name. We'll roll this back in a second. Okay, so let's give that a go. So you can now see that the name is being generated by the factory, cat underscore name underscore, and then just some random text. So that clearly is working for us. So there is potentially a problem here. Later on, we are going to have unique fields. And if we are using factory here and using, for example, Lexify, which is just a random kind of function that I've utilized just to showcase some other tools that don't get showcased normally in tutorials, So that's going to produce the same name potentially, which isn't very useful if I'm going to insert data into the database and it needs to be unique. So what I need to do here potentially is I need to utilize a tool, for example, factory sequence. And from here, this is going to allow me to create a sequence of numbers from 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And I can then add those numbers when I create a new name. And that will then make the name unique. So a lambda function here, cat underscore slug underscore like normal, and then the kind of placeholder so that we can then place in the random number, the sequence starting from 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. So we have that in place. So let's just try this again. Now what you're going to see is the name is now become unique because there's like a number prefix at the end, which is using the sequence of numbers. There we go. So that's a way to kind of get around one of the many ways. I mean, there's literally hundreds of things we can do here. And like I said, it's well worth looking through the documentation. So that's just a little bit of information about that. That's going to come in handy later in actual fact. We'll utilize this when we do have some unique fields in some of our tables that we're going to need to build shortly. So I've gone ahead and created a new zip folder here with the code that we've created to this point. So that's phase 2. So if you do need any of that code, if something isn't working for you, then definitely have a look at that zip file with all the code that's related to everything we've done to this point. So now we have some data fixtures and we will be building fixtures for every single table. We can now start thinking about loading data fixtures into the actual Django database that we want to utilize to develop our application. Now, of course, these data fixtures, they aren't probably going to be utilized for the actual implementation of this application. Of course, you'll want to use your own data. But whilst you're developing this, it's probably useful to have this data so you can test different parts of a system or develop different parts of the system utilizing real data. So let's think of this as a kind of a demo option for our application so that people can download this and then they can use the demo fixtures, if you like, for them to actually load up some data in the system and see how the system works. So with real data. So let's go ahead and create a new app. So we're going to do this again. Let's change the directory into e-commerce. And let's use the Django admin. And then we're going to create a new app. So start app. That's going to be called, let's just call it demo. Okay, so we now have a new app here in e-commerce called demo. So I just move back cd dash into the root directory here. So we now have a new app here called demo. So let's just go through the formalities here in settings. We're going to need to add that. So local app. We're going to call this e-commerce.demo. Okay. And then we just need to go into the demo app like we did previously. Go to the, wherever it is, where are my apps, and then e-commerce.demo. E-commerce, yep. So that's that done. So I think what the plan is ultimately is that all the fixtures that are going to be utilized for all the tables will go into this kind of demo app. So I have a folder called fixtures and I can put all the fixtures in there. Now at the moment they are logically placed, the fixtures inside of each of the app. It kind of makes sense to do that. So the fixtures correspond to the inventory app. But maybe once I've deployed this, I don't really want that there. So by placing that into this demo app here, I'm just going to manage all that kind of data, all that information in the demo app. So when I go to deploy this to production, I can just don't have to worry about that. I can just leave it in the demo and then remove the demo so the demo doesn't actually get implemented into kind of the production build, for example. It just makes things, in my opinion, a little bit more managed if all the fixtures relating to kind of allowing us to build a database with a large set of data so that we can develop. It kind of makes sense potentially going in there. And like I said, this is going to be for anyone who wants to load initial data into the application so that they can see how the application works with real data. So for now, we're just going to leave the fixtures here. I'm just maybe giving you some options, some considerations, thinking further ahead here. So this is a demo app. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to remove everything. I don't need all of this here. Admin. No, we'll stick with that. So we've got migrations. We're not going to need that, but we'll keep that there for now. So what I'm going to do in here is we're going to build a management command. All right, so we're going to build a management command that we can utilize in the command line to load up all of our fixtures. So let's just go through here and create a new folder. So we're going to need to call this management. And then inside of that, we're going to make a new folder called commands. And then inside of that, we're going to make a new command. So typically the new file, the file name needs to be the command name. So load fixtures. So we're going to have a new command that we're going to be able to utilize with manage.py called load fixtures. And what that's going to do is going to load all the fixtures for all the tables. So let's do that. And now we can go ahead and build a simple management command. So previously, in the tests, let's just go back to our tests here. We utilized call command. So it's going to be a very similar process here. In the, is it the fixtures? Yeah, the fixtures here. We used the call command to actually then essentially run this command, load data, which we've learned that's the command that we utilize to load fixtures. And it's loading these different fixtures here. So we're going to do the same process again, but we're going to make a command that runs lots of these commands because we want to load in all of the data fixtures. So let's go back to our load fixtures. So that's in the demo management command to load fixtures. Let's go ahead now and just set this up. So this is a custom command. So Django, let me just use that. Django.core.management. Import our call command. Okay, and then from Django.core management .base, we're going to import base command. Okay. Okay, Django. Oh, okay. So from Django.core management.base, import base command. So don't take my word for it. Base command, have a look in the Django documentation. It gives you some information about what it is. So if we just move down, let's see if we can search for it. The base command essentially, like it says here, it's the base class from which all management commands are ultimately derived. So essentially, what we could say is when we type in manage.py and then run a command, basically by extending from base command here, that's going to allow us to add more commands to the command pool so that Django then can find that command and run the command. So hopefully that makes sense. You don't need to really know too much more than that, other than that we're going to be needing it to actually then build some more commands. So we bring in base command here, and then we're going to need to make a function. Okay, so we bring in self. We can say arg and quarks. So you don't know what args and quarks are, there's a lovely video in the channel which explains them in a little bit more detail. So now we just need to run our call command. Okay, simple as this, call command, and then we can just now copy and paste from our fixtures here in actual fact. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, and there we go. Right, so we now have a command called load fixtures, which is essentially just going to load these two commands, or run these two commands, which is going to load the fixtures for the admin and the category table. Okay, so I've minimized everything. Let's just go through this process now. So I'm going to remove, oh no, you have to be careful with that. I'm going to remove this database file. What we also need to do is to make sure we delete any migrations. So if we go into inventory, there's a migration file here, just this initial file here. Let's just get rid of that. So basically what we've done now is we've reset the whole system now. There's no database, there's no knowledge of any tables, etc. Everything has been deleted. So we're back to the very beginning. Right, so this is how we can now set up our application. We can go ahead and run manage.py make migrations. Now we don't even need to do that in actual fact, because what we can now do is we can go into, let's go into our e-commerce here. Let's go to demo. What we can now do is in this management command here, we could actually run that command too, as well as migrate. So we could run all the commands all at once. So let's go back into e-commerce and then our demo and then management load fixtures. So all we need to do now is use the call command and then just run our command. So make migrations would be the first command we want to run. Once we've done that, we can then use, I keep doing that. We can then use migrate. So that will then set up the database, and then we can go ahead and load our data here. Now you might want to set up a separate command for that if you wanted to, or just do it manually. That's no problem at all. But that does just automate the whole process here. So let's just go back to where we were. Yep. Okay, so this is the, let's pretend that this is the system now, completely fresh. There's no databases, there's no memory of any data migrations, etc. So simply all we need to do now is run our command. So that is load fixtures. So this is our new command we built, and there we go. So what's happened here is that I've already tried this. I do apologize. Let's just try it again. So I need to go ahead and just make sure I've deleted the fixtures. Migration, sorry. Okay. So let's just start back again. Okay, that. So we just simply run our command. Second time lucky, and there we go. So you can see that we've gone through the process of making migration, we've migrated, and we've installed into our database all of our objects. So now when we go into our database, and you will need the app installed, remember, we open this database up, and we can now hopefully see inside of, for example, the category here. If we open and show a table, you can see everything is now nicely inserted for us. So you can see how quickly it is going to be once we've created all of our tables, how quickly it's going to be just to kind of load up the whole system and get it ready for us to kind of further develop. So sorry to embellish on this. So now we've done that, everything is kind of ready for us to move on further. So don't forget, if you do want to kind of go back, you need to make sure that you delete the database and you make sure the migration as well. Any migrations, not on the dashboard, in the inventory, the migration here. So there isn't a migration for the admin, so you won't need to find that. It's just for the inventory, in this case, just the category table. Right, so next up is the product table. So we can see from the entity relationship diagram here that the product table has a many-to-many relationship with the category table. So for one product, there are many categories that are associated to that one product. And then for one category, it is used by multiple products. So we have a many-to-many relationship between. So in Django world, if we define a many-to-many relationship between two tables, Django will automatically build a link table, for example. So typically what it does, it takes the names of the two tables, puts it together, and then it just uses foreign keys to connect to the primary keys of each table. So we end up building a one-to-many link between the two tables. Like I said in the preview, later on, we do have another many-to-many link here. But we'll go ahead and build that manually. I want to show you the process of building that manually. And there are some benefits of that, because sometimes in this link table, you may want to add some additional fields, for example. Imagine you wanted to, for example, create some sort of order. You may want an order field here to build some sort of ordering system, not ordering as in a customer orders a product, but ordering as in sequential type of setup you might want to use for this data. So in this instance, we aren't going to build this table. We're just going to build a many-to-many relationship, and Django is going to build that table. I'll showcase that, and I'll show you how that has been set up in the database once that's done. So let's have a look at the fields. So we're going to need these fields now to create some new tests. So we're going to build a test from this data. We're going to need to know a little bit about our data in order to build this test. So typically what you might have here in some instances is a much better description of all of the items in this table. So For example, a professional setup may have much more in-depth information about the table for you to be able to work with. So it would describe the data type, any other kind of attributes on each of these fields, for example, and you can work from that. Obviously, we're just working from this list here and very much from our initiative. So let's utilize this now to build some tests for our product table, and then we'll go ahead and build our product table. So back here in the test.db fixtures inside the inventory app here, we're going to now extend to add a new test for the products table. So let's just copy and paste that down. So parameterizing again. So we'll just get rid of that for now. We'll add some data in a minute. So we are still marking these up with db fixture. So let's make it clear why we're doing this a little bit more if it hasn't kind of dropped at the moment. So remember, there's two techniques here essentially. There's one where we're building our test. We're going to build our test database when we run tests, and that's going to be populated by the fixtures. So that's what we're doing here, and we're testing whether the fixtures have been inserted. So we could also do it the other way, where we populate the data utilizing a factory. So what we're going to see as we build further is our factory is all going to be connected. So going back here, I think like I was alluding to, so we're going to build a factory, and because this is reliant on this table, we are going to need to build a link in our factory from this table to that table. So what's going to happen in the background, when we run a test, for example, in this table, the factory is linked to the category table or the category factory. So behind the scenes, it will actually then also need to build data in the category factory, in the category table using the category factory. Apologies. I'll explain that again in a while when we get to the factory. But I was just trying to point out that our factory that we're building will require all of these tables, and as we build them, when we utilize that factory, for example, when we build the product inventory factory, that requires data to be inserted in the product. That requires data to be inserted into the category test database. So by connecting up all the test factories, it will automatically populate all of those tables automatically. So it's just a different way of working other than just utilizing data fixtures to populate your test database. There's probably a diagram there that I would make it easier for you to understand, but let's move on here. So so we're going to use a parameterization again, and this time we now need to bring in all the tables, or the fields for the product table. So we've got ID, we've got web ID, we've got name, slug. So I'm just reading from the diagram that I showed you earlier. Description is active, created at, and created at, and then updated at. Okay, so I think that pretty much solves that there. Web slug name description category. Okay, so we're missing category. So we are going to be missing category. So we're not going to include category for now. So let's move on to is active, created. Yep. So we got everything there. Right. So with that in place, let's go ahead now. And well, we need some fixtures, don't forget, to test. So we're going to need to add or create some fixtures, and then we're going to test against it. So I'm just going to copy and paste something in here. So let's go ahead and create this. So this is going to be our fixture instance. So you can see here that we've got ID, web ID, name, slug, description, is active, created at, and then updated at. So that's going to test all those elements there from our data fixture. So I've gone ahead and created two fixtures. So have a look at the code. in the GitHub repository for that. So I think I was explaining, earlier, why we're using the DB fixture mark. So the point is that you can see that there are two methods. So we've got the data fixtures and using the factory. So maybe here I use the mark factory to indicate this is from the factory. So the whole point here is that I can run tests and choose eventually whether I use the fixtures, DB fixtures, or not. So by giving it a mark of DB fixture, I can just, like I did with the Selenium tests, I can just say to Pytest, don't run those tests and just use the factories instead of the fixtures. So it gives me that option. Now, what's happening here is I'm going to be utilizing the fixtures again. I'm going to be calling the fixture setup. I only really need to do that once, because if I've called the DB fixture setup, that is, if you remember, in the tests folder here. So if we go into there and then the fixtures here, remember we're loading in all the fixtures here. Now remember the scope is session, so I only actually need to do this once. So what I could actually do is just run this independently and have that just ready before I run any tests, so I don't actually have to call it within my tests. So it could be run that way, but this way at least I can then choose whether or not to utilize those fixtures or not, so they don't get loaded or when I don't want them. So by utilizing a mark, I can basically not run the fixtures and just use the factory. Hopefully I've maybe over-embellished that. Hopefully you get the idea of potentially utilizing that. Right, so now we have that in place. That's some data which will kind of match up. Let's go ahead now and create a function. So we're going to call this test inventory. So we're going to try and keep the naming system the same, DB, and this time it's going to be product data set. Now, I say consistent. Let's go back to what we said here. So that was insert data, and that was DB fixture. Okay, so this should be named DB fixture, category DB fixture. Okay, so product DB fixture. Right. So test inventory DB product fixture. We now need to kind of copy and paste all of this down here. So we're going to need all of this in here. Okay. So ID web. Yep. So before that, we're also going to need the database. So we're going to need access to the database. And then in addition to that, we're also going to, well, although we don't need to, we're also going to put the DB fixture setup, although that will be ready for us. Okay, so that's that in place. Let's put a comma at the end here. And then after that, a colon. I was hoping it was going to break down. I'm not too sure why it's not moving down onto the next line. So let's go ahead now and set out the results. Right, so next up then, result. So similar to like we did previously, let's just grab each of these items here, and then we're going to inspect it against the table, the database, where we should have inserted this data, the test database. So this is going to be product product.objects.get, and then ID equals ID. Okay, right, so we're going to get the one by one, we're going to get this data, and now we're just going to test to make sure that we've got the correct results. So what we're going to need to do here, because we're utilizing time, well, there's many ways we can do this, but potentially what we're going to need to do is convert the time into something that we can then view. Because what's going to happen if we were to return data from the database about the time, it's not going to be formatted in this way. And remember, what we're trying to do is we're trying to compare what's in the database to this data here. So this is the actual data that's been inserted into the database. But if you've inspected the database before with any for a time date field, you can see it's not actually formatted like that inside of the field. So we're going to need to format it and then check against it. So we'll have a look at that in a minute, but let's just go ahead now and let's just kind of format. So created at equals, and then we'll get it from the result. So we get the result, dot created. We get the result from the query here, and then we need to get the created at field, and then what we need to do is just use tstrf time. So that's going to, so that should be a dot, yeah. That's going to allow us then to kind of format this data, how we need it to test it against this data here. So we're going to need to define year. So we need the year, and then that's going to be month and day. Okay, so we've got year, month, and day, and then time. So we're going to need hour, minute, and then second. Okay, so we just basically formatted the data from the database so we can then match it up to this data here. Right, so we can do the same thing again for updated at. Okay. Okay, so that kind of solves that little problem there. So let's go ahead and now run some asserts. So assert result.web ID. So that's the first item equals web ID. You get the general idea. We need to kind of make an assert for every one of these items here. So just moving a little bit quicker, you can see now I've created all the asserts now. They're going to be needed to test every single field. Now, again, I am just doing this to be completely explicit. This may not need to be tested. We may not need to test every field, but what we're doing here essentially, we could say not necessarily best practice, but ultimately if someone does try to change something in our database, any code, maybe just by accident, this is going to help protect against that, any of those changes, because it's then going to flag as a problem if someone, for example, makes a typo in tables, or if someone tries to delete some data about the database, this is going to capture that, these tests. So, right, so result created at, updated at, okay. Right, so that's a test completed. We've now tested to make sure that our fixture is inserted properly, although we've not made the fixture yet. So we tested some data in that fixture. Now you can see here, I'm going to be building this fixture for this table that has 8,616 rows. So it's quite a large database. What I've done is I've downloaded some data for our data set from Kaggle. I've then kind of formatted it how we need it into the fields that we're going to use. And then I've made that data set using Excel. So I'll show you that process in a second. So that's the test completed. Okay, so going back to this design, like I said before, typically what you're going to do is you're going to build your data set and you're going to potentially make more documentation about these fields, including specific attributes about these fields. So for example, I know the web ID is going to be unique. So this is a unique ID that I'm going to assign to every single product that I have. And the whole point here is that for a little bit of kind of security, this web ID is what the ID is going to be utilized on the website. So up the top here, you're going to have the product ID shown. Now, that's the alternative to just showing the ID that's utilized in the table. Now, if I were to utilize the ID that's in the table here, it would mean that someone could actually identify the ID that's associated to that product in this table. And that gives them a little bit more information about my table, which I don't want them to know, potentially. Also, we could set a bit of code that looks at all the products on my website. And then that person could then find out how many products I have, for example, and every single product ID for that product. And again, that isn't necessarily type of information I want to give people. So by utilizing this kind of unique web ID field, it potentially allows me to generate a unique type of code for that particular product, which isn't going to give anyone else any additional information about my product or my database or what's inside of my database. So you might start saying here, well, that's just a UUID. And it'd be well worth reading into that, because that's something you could set up here, that we could have set up for a web ID. And the reason why I've done that for this web ID, or what reason why I've not used a UUID for this web ID here, is because I want to show you later how to build unique fields. So it just gave me a learning opportunity, or us a learning opportunity, to kind of go through that process of building our own kind of our own field, a custom field. Right, so that's going to, the web ID is going to be unique. So the point is here that would have been in my documentation before I started building this, potentially to give me an idea of what might need to be tested. So that potentially needs to be tested because it's unique. I need to make sure that it is unique, or it has been flagged as unique. So I ought to build a test potentially to check to make sure that is unique. And hopefully you get the idea of what we're doing now. So I'm going to call this uniqueness, integrity. Yeah, we'll just call it that. Right, so we're going to need the database here, and then also product. We're going to need a product factory to test this against. Okay, so this time you can see I don't need to necessarily have the fixtures in place for this type of test. So if the fixtures weren't in place, I'm going to just use the product factory for this, which doesn't exist yet, of course. So this is going to test the inventory database, product database, for uniqueness or integrity. So that's going to, this test is essentially going to test the web ID to make sure that I can't insert the same web ID again. So every ID should be unique. So what I'm going to do here is essentially I'm going to set up a product factory in a second, and then create some data. So I'm going to override the web ID. So the web ID is going to equal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I'm going to make a new item in my database with the web ID 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, and then what I'm going to do then is try and make another item with the same ID, right? So what I'm going to do here is use Pytest raises. So I should raise an integrity. Hang on, I'm trying to cut straight. Integrity error. So I want to raise an integrity error. So by putting in or trying to put in the same web ID as something that already exists into the database, then I should that should raise an integrity error. So I want to check whether that's true or not. So so product factory. Product factory dot create. Seriously, create and then web ID equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So when I run this, it should raise an integrity error. If it does, then it means that we have set this field to be unique. If this doesn't run an integrity error, it means that we've not set up our database correctly. So we haven't set the web ID as a unique field. Right. So if that doesn't make sense, it will make sense soon once we've built everything and we look at it again. So with that in place, now what we need to do is we need to build our next test. So now we just need to build a test. So let's start now to build a new fixture to test to make sure that we can actually insert data into the database. So we're going to call this test inventory DB. It's going to be product. So we're trying to utilize a consistent insert data, a consistent naming scheme here. Right, so that's that in place. So we're going to need the DB in order to actually run the test. So that's a Django test database. We're calling that factory. And we're also going to need the category factory in this case. And we'll see why that is in a second. There we go. Okay, so let's go ahead now and run. So we're going to say new category. Yeah, new category equals category factory.create. So let's go ahead and run that. And then we're going to say new product equals product factory. So we're going to make a new product, and we're going to say that we're going to define that category equals. So what we're doing here is we're making a many-to-many. Let's remember. So we're going to build a new category, and we're going to assign that to different categories. So we're going to assign it to multiple categories. So let's assign it to category ID 1, and for example, category ID 36. We can add more, 2, 3, 4, whatever, but we're just going to assign it to 2 categories. Okay, so category 1 and 36. So this test does require for us to actually have the fixtures. So I'm going to actually mark it as a DB fixture, Pytest mark DB fixture. So if I don't run the fixture tests, then this won't run, else it will fail because it does require the fixtures. In this case, I'm going to assign this to some of the category fixtures, so ID 1 and 36. So that creates a new product, right? So we've now created a new product. So let's go ahead now and set out some results. So result product category equals new product. New product dot category dot all count. So what I'm doing here is we've created a new product. Okay, so we created this new product. So we grab that new product. So we've got this new product that we built here. We now utilize that, and then basically we then go into the category and search for all the categories that are associated to this new product. And then we just basically count how many categories is returned. So this product that we built here is associated to categories. So behind the scenes in the table, what we've done is in the test table, we created a new product. Now the categories, we haven't created any categories because that should have been created via the fixtures. So all the categories are inside the category table. So all we've done here is we've created a new product, and then we've assigned it to category 1 and 36. So behind the scenes in the test database, the link table, which I mentioned to you, that will now get populated with the product ID that we've just created, the new product, and then it also have the category that's associated to. Now, behind the scenes, that actually we're going to create 2 entries in this product category table. Product ID, say 2, the new product. So that's going to be twice. And then the category ID is going to be associated to number 1 and number 36. Right, so hopefully that makes sense. We return the product, and then we drill down to that product and then look for the category associated to that product, and then basically count how many products is associated to. Right, so now we can run an assert. So we're going to say that, let's just say that web ID underscore in new product dot web dot ID. So here we're just running a simple test to make sure this text appears in this field in the new product. You remember, new product is the item that we've kind of created, and then we're going to look at the data, the web ID data for that particular item that we've just created, and that should, somewhere in that field, the text should appear web underscore ID. So we need to set that up in our factory shortly, and that'll make a little bit more sense. But it's just showing you a different example. We're looking for text inside of in this field name. So not the field name, in the field data. Right, so assert then. So let's run another assert. Result underscore product category. Okay, that should equal. So this is this here. So we've returned how many categories associated to this new product we built. So that should be 2. Okay. So that should now basically test to make sure that we can create a new product. So we're going to need to build a factory that kind of automatically builds that for us. And we've also then tested the categories to make sure that categories are assigned to this product. And then we counted them, And then we just made sure here that the product is built. There's loads of things we could do there, and then tested to make sure that the categories have been assigned to this product. So let's go ahead and see if this works. So you can see that we're getting lots of errors. We've got 10 errors. So I just wanted to point this out. I did roll back everything into my project. So there's no database, there's no migrations. If that's the case, then your testing database won't get created. So what you need to make sure of is that you actually have run your migrations before you run the tests. So we can, now we have a management command, of course, we can load fixtures. That runs all the commands like we set up previously. So if we run the tests again, we should have some past tests that we created previously, and we have now some failed tests. So now we need to go ahead and delete that print. We don't need that print anymore. So now we can go ahead and build and make these tests pass. Right, so let's go ahead first of all and let's build up the product database. So you're probably used to building a database at this point potentially. So let's just go ahead and bring this in stage by stage. So I won't code this all out. It's already pre-done for me. So a new class, product, models.model, product details table. So we'll go ahead and we'll run and set up the web ID field. So this is going to be a character field, max length 50, uniqueness is going to be true. So we turn that on. We've explicitly defined null and blank. Of course, we don't need to do that again, but we have done, and we've created a verbose name and some help desk for the web ID. So let's just go ahead and create the next, which is a slug. Okay, so this is the slug field. Max length 255, uniqueness false, null false, blank false. Again, you can remove that. I've just made it explicit so we know what we're working with. We can clearly see that from here and the format that's required. Okay, and then we've got the name. So this is the name field, max length 255. Maybe we want to shorten that up a little bit. Uniqueness false, null false, blank false. So again, this is the name of the product. So this really depends on your project and how you want to work with this product. So you may know that you should never have a product with the same name. Okay, so if that's the case, then this name should be unique, of course. So you need to start thinking about your data, how you're going to utilize it and save data. You may want to use it, or you may want to have unique names for your products. Of course, if they are unique, it means you can refer to them by name because you know you're going to get the product that you've selected. So in this case, because the name isn't unique, you need to ask yourself, well, how do I actually get that uniqueness from this product? And I guess that's the web ID. Now, this web ID, of course, is a unique number. So you're not going to remember that, whereas you are going to potentially remember a name to get that individual product. So you just need to kind of balance this up potentially, how you want to work with your data. Description, text field, null, unique, blank, false. Okay, so that's just a typical kind of text field for a description. We've got the category. Okay, so we're working with an MPTT model for our category. So here we're utilizing from MPTP the tree many-to-many field. So I brought that in earlier at the top here. So just need to make sure that you brought that resource in from MPTT. So that is just going to build a many-to-many connection between this table, our product table, and the category table. And that's going to build that extra table, which I mentioned, and we've seen from the diagram. So that's connected to category. Nothing else we need to do there really. Is active, unique, false, blank, false. Default is going to be true. So by default, again, this product will be active as soon as we build it. Now, again, that probably isn't very realistic, or probably something that you don't want to have, because as soon as you've built the product, you don't want it potentially to go live. You want to check to make sure it's okay. Maybe there's some other checks that need to go through. So maybe the default in actual fact is false for you. And then you have to explicitly then make that product live when you're happy with it. Maybe that's a better way of working. But this system so far, we're going to set that to true by default. So we then have created at, so like we did previously, auto now add true. So this is also not editable. Verbose name and help text. We've got the update as well. So again, similar to what we had previously, and then finally just the understring method. So we return by default the name of the product when we query a product in this table. So we're going to need some fixtures for this. So let's go ahead now and build some fixtures. So now we know the dynamics here. We know the fields that we're going to be working with in the product table. We can now go ahead and go into our fixtures here. Let's go ahead and create a new file. I think I'm just going to copy this file here. No, let's just build a new file. So this is going to be db product. I don't know what I was doing there. It's late. db product. We're going to say product db product. Yeah, just product fixture .json. Okay, there we go. So this is going to be our fixture for our product. So I'll take you through the process of building some data fixtures. Once we've done this once, I won't show you this for every single table. We can make the assumption that I followed the same process, but I will show you and build all the fixtures for you. So you will find the code in the code repository for all the fixtures. So let's go ahead and build some fixtures for the product table. So what I've done is I've gone ahead and found some data on Kaggle, and then I've basically put that into Excel and started kind of separate that data up into different fields that I potentially need. And then I've just kind of automatically generated some numbers for some other fields. So these are just this is essentially just a random set of data in some respects. So it is relevant. So these are all shoe types, if I remember. And I have kind of gone through the data and kind of sieved through some of the information, added some additional information in. You can see that everything will be kind of in lowercase eventually. So I try to make all the data consistent within the database. So eventually I get down to a point where I've got something like this. So I save it as a CSV file. So this is the DB product table, and you can see that I've got kind of a name here. I've got a slug, which is kind of formatted. So there are so many different techniques here, because remember, this slug needs to be it needs to use kind of hyphens between the words. So again, I can use Excel to do that for me. Description, all the same for every single product, is active, created, updated, and so on. So once I've converted everything into this kind of CSV file in Windows, I can then just go for a very simple process where I then convert this into a JSON file. So once I've converted that or saved that in Excel as a JSON file, all I need to do is open up Windows PowerShell. And there's just basically two commands that we're going to utilize to convert this into a JSON file. So you can see from this folder structure here, I've got the kind of DB product CSV file here. So I've just navigated to that in PowerShell. I can double check to make sure I'm in the right directory. Type in dir. Okay, so we can see the file here. It's all ready to go. So I appreciate this is a bit of a pain, but what we're going to do here is going to create this variable called topics.json. That's going to equal import-csv. So we're basically just telling Windows that we're going to import a CSV, and then the CSV name, which is .db_products.csv. So that's the CSV file here. And then we're going to convert to JSON. So we're going to basically store that into topics.json variable. So we run that command first. Apologies if that's not very clear. If you haven't look at the notes, I'll build some notes inside of our project here. There'll be a notes file here. You'll find all the commands that we're utilizing. And I'll just drag it in. Actually, that's pretty useful. So if you go into there, you'll see the first command and then the second command that we're going to utilize. So what we're going to do now is basically save it now as a JSON file. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm just going to save this as mydata.json. So when I now go to the directory again, you can now see we've got this file called mydata.json. And I've now just converted that data set It takes a little bit of a while to load because I've got around about 8,616 entries here. That would have converted it into a JSON file. So it's quite a large file. You can see that it's crashing the computer. It's that large. Crazy. Right, so that's basically the process that I go through. Start off by just basically building in Excel. You can see that the layout's important here. So you can see that I've got the model, inventory.product. So I need to define the model that I want to insert the data into, the ID, the web ID, and so on. These are all the other fields we have. So there is a next step that we need to go through. So I'll quickly show you that. So I've gone ahead and just dragged that mydata.json over to our project here so we can see it. So that's the data that we just generated from that Excel file using that process. Now this hasn't been formatted correctly for, this is not formatted correctly for Django. So if we go back into our previous fixtures, notice what we have here is we have this fields here. Okay, so model, primary key, and then we define the field. So what we need to do, if we just grab this, what we need to do is go into our data once you've done that. And after ID, essentially here, we're going to need to add. So what I can do is take this and do Control F, and then we're going to replace it. So we're going to replace that with, let's go back up to here, with fields. So it's going to now say fields space web ID. So that's what it should say. Now make sure you switch back, otherwise you'll do it to the wrong file. So you can see where web ID is. We're just going to replace it with that. So we'll do that with all of them. And then what we need to do here is after this, we're going to need to add another one. So we can double check the format. So you can see that it needs to be before. Okay, right. So we put one before. Okay, so we'll save that. And then what we're also going to need to do is we're going to need to go to the end here and just add the one at the end because it doesn't have a comma. So we'll just add one at the end there. And there we go. Okay, so what you'll probably find is that it will get formatted correctly. If it doesn't get formatted, well, you could use one of your tools. So the extensions here, I've got, let's have a look. I think Beautify's been, yeah, so that's enabled. So I've got this installed. It will give you instructions on how to kind of set this up. So what we need to do here, let's go back to our file. Let's press F1 and then Beautify file. And there we go. So it's nicely formatted into JSON. So that's now ready to go for us to now insert. Now it isn't ready to go because the data is slightly incorrect. So that's the process to take if you want to convert from Excel some data into a data set for Django. So let's now go into our e-commerce and inventory again. And we're going to our fixtures, going to our product fixture. I'm going to paste in some fixtures. There we go. So you can see that there's 112,000 lines. So these are all the fixtures that I've generated. It's in the code repository, so you can utilize them. So these are all the products that I've generated for this table so far. We will generate more as we go along, but 8,000 is a kind of a good start here. Right, so that's our fixtures. So now what we need to do is go into the demo. Let's not forget our management. We need to load these fixtures in. So let's go ahead and do that. So this is going to be called DB product. We'll call it, yeah, DB product fixture. That seems like it's good to go. So with that in place, what we can also do at this point, let's just make sure that we've gone into the, let's get out of demo. Let's go inventory. Let's go into our migrations. Let's just delete that migration. Okay. Now what we can do is we can clear that and let's just run our command again. So we should be able to now load that new table in and load our load our new fixture into that table, in the product table. So load fixtures. Let's give that a go. Okay, so you can see here it says no such table, inventory product. So let's just make sure that we've deleted our database as well as any migrations we might have in the inventory table. Let's just try that again. So you can see that we're getting a lot of different warnings here. So this is a warning that we're receiving. So this is date time field received a naive date time. So that isn't really a necessary problem. It's just a warning that we're going to receive. So we've still installed the objects. That isn't too much of a problem. So we're just going to ignore that for now. To resolve that previous issue, what we need to do is go into the e-commerce project, go into settings, and then just highlight or remove, the time zone option there. So once you've done that, you'll find that that error will disappear. So let's go ahead and just remove the database again, the inventory migration. Let's just run the setup again. Now remember, what we're doing here is we're loading the fixtures into the actual Django database that we're creating now, not the test database. So we're now using the fixtures from the fixtures, inventory fixtures here, to actually load the data into the database that we build. So when we migrate, so let's go ahead and clear that. So we're going to run our load fixtures custom command, and that should then set everything off. So we've installed all these fixtures. Well, we set up all the database tables for our application here, and then we've gone ahead and we've stored our fixtures into the database. So everything is running nicely. So let's now go ahead and get back into our test folder here. Let's create a new factory now. So we're going to build a factory now for the product table. So because there's nothing really new here at this point, I'll just go ahead and bring in some code. So let's go ahead and start off by creating a new class for the product factory. So exactly the same as what we did with the category factory. And we just need to define the model that we're utilizing for this factory. And then we go ahead and add in some of the fields. So we're going to have the web ID. Again, we're going to use the lambda function to create some sort of sequential data if we create multiple products. And then we go ahead and we use the lexify for the slug and maybe the name. And then this time for the description, I'm using the fake function text. So that's going to generate some text for the description. Is active true? So I'm just adding in all the different fields I want to include when I create a new piece of data, or when I create a new product, from this factory. So we've got updated at. There we go. So far, there isn't any reference to category. In the category model, or the product model, we did make a reference to a many-to-many relationship between the product and the category. So let's go into the database and have a look at what's happened here. So you can see that Django has created a link table here, like we described or we saw here in our design. So Django automatically created this table for us. So we have a product ID foreign key to the product table and a category ID foreign key to the category table. So what we need to do now is we need to tell Django, or our factory, whenever we create a new product, we also want to pass in what categories the product is associated with. So here we're going to utilize Factory Boy, the post generation tools, to essentially perform an action once the model object has been generated. So what we're trying to do here, if you think about what's going on, if we go back to our model here, we're going to create a new product. And when we create a new product, what we want to do is we want to be able to then connect that to a product category. So that's going to be done through the product category table. So we need to record every product that individual product we create is connected to. So we're going to create this, or utilize this post generation tool to essentially, once the product has been created, we then want to create entries into the product category table to then make the connection between the product and some categories we have in the category table. So that might sound fairly complicated, but let's just go back, to these tools here. So we're going to be utilizing the decorator here, factory.post generation. So this is a decorator that's provided which will allow us to accept object, create, extracted, and keyword arguments. And you can see what's going to potentially happen here, that if we haven't created something, we return nothing. Else we're going to perform an action. Right, so let's just put this into place. So we're going to use the factory.post generation decorator here to create a new function. So this is going to be called category. So we take in self-extracted quarks. So essentially we're going to pass over to this function here. We're going to pass over, I think in extracted, the categories that we want to add. So if we don't find any categories, or if we've not created any data, then we don't need to do anything, so we just return. Maybe there is an action that you want to perform, capture some error, for example. Else we're going to move over. So if we do pass over some categories that we want to add to the or associate to the product that we're building, then let's perform an action. So for each item, for each category that we want to associate our new product to, we're going to then go ahead and say self.category add cat. Okay, so what's happening here essentially is we're behind the scenes, we're taking the product that we've built, so we know that as a reference point, and then what we're going to do is we're then going to add the categories that we've passed in to this function, and then we're going to add that to the new table, the new link table. So that doesn't look very intuitive. I understand that, but that's what's happening here. So let's go back to the tests that we built earlier, and hopefully that makes potentially a little bit more sense what's going on now. So let's go back into our test fixtures here. So this is the test we made earlier. Now notice here, this is in the inventory tests. So we created new category equals category underscore factory create. So then what we did then was we then said new product equals factory product factory dot create category equals 1 and 36. So here, this is the reference point. We're passing over the idea that we want to include this new product or associate it to category equals 1 and 36. So this is a reference point here to this factory post generation function here, category, and this is how we're going to pass over those category options in and then associate the product to categories. We'll take a look at that in action in a minute. Let's just get the test working, and then we'll drill down to this a little bit further and see this in action. So let's go ahead and now just make sure that in our tests we have our fixtures that we're going to be now loading in our new set of fixtures. So that was the DB product fixture. So just double check the name of that. So inside the inventory we have our fixtures, a DB product fixture. So now we're bringing in that fixture as well for the test. Okay, so now we can go ahead and let's just go ahead and run the test. So it looks like we've got 2 fails still. So we've got an error here. So name error name result underscore created is not defined. So that was, let's take a look at where that is. So that's in the test inventory product DB fixture. So just going into the test DB fixture file here, you can see that there's a typo right here. So it was highlighted earlier. So let's just try that again. So now we have 8 pass, 1 deselected, 2 errors. So we still have 2 errors. If we scroll up a little bit, it says here fixture product factory not found. So let's just go back into our factories. What we haven't done is, if you remember from the category factory, we registered the factory, and I think that is what we need to do. So let's just get rid of that there. Bring that up, just to register at the bottom here. So now we just need to go ahead and register our new factory. It's going to be the product factory. So that needs registering here in the factories.py. So let's now go back and double check again. So now we have one failed. So integrity error is not defined. So we were shown this previously because it has an underline here, so undefined variable. So it's very likely that we're going to need to bring this tool in. So let's go ahead and from Django.db, let's go ahead and import the integrity error. There we go. So let's try that again. And this time we have 10 passed tests. So just before we move on, I've just noticed here in this test, the test inventory DB product insert data test, there's a few issues maybe. We don't need to run this. I'm not entirely sure why I put this in the first place. So let's just go ahead and remove this line here. Let's just add some more data here. So let's associate our new product to 5 categories. Let's just test to make sure that that is okay. So we have one failed here. Okay, so that should now be 5 because this product is now associated to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 product categories. So we update that and there we go. Right, so let's go ahead and let's remove this and we'll just see this in action. So let's just print out the result product category and we'll just remove that, give that a go. So what we're doing here is we're just printing out all of the different categories that our new product that we're building here is associated to, and it should be category 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So if I go into the category fixtures here, so looking at these fixtures here, you can see that that is matching up nicely. So the name of the first one is fashion, and then woman, and then shoes, and so on. So you can see that we're associating it based upon the primary key. So behind the scenes, because it's important to be able to kind of visualize this, behind the scenes we've now made 5 entries into the product category table, so that you'll find that there is whatever product we've made, it will have an ID and then category ID, whatever. And so there's obviously 5 of those entries for each category that our product is associated to inside of here. We could drill into that, or you could drill into that and have a look at that if you want to. But that's essentially what's happening there in this process. So let's call that phase 3. That's the end of phase 3. So now when you go into the code here, I've added a new file here, this zip file. That's all the code up until this point, minus the Chrome driver. So you'll find all the code up until this point inside of this phase 3 zip. So by all means, just match your code to that if you are having problems. So now we're going to move on to the product inventory table. So let's take a look at what we need to build here. So you can see that there's a few different dependencies here. So if we were going to insert something into the product inventory table, you can see that we have brand, so a many-to-one connection there. So there needs to be an entry point into here in order to insert something into this table. So it's expecting a brand ID. So it's expecting this table to exist. Because we have this many-to-one relationship here. Similar to the product type as well. And obviously the product table is going to exist. So that isn't a problem. So any kind of many-to-one connections we've got from this product inventory table, that's suggesting that there's a dependency for those tables to also exist. So when we're building this table initially, what we might want to do with those fields that are connecting to these dependent tables, we might want just to ignore them for now. So we put them in a bit later. So we build the bulk of this table, and then as we add in these tables, we can add in those fields. So we can definitely work that way. It doesn't necessarily help once we're building the data for this, the fixtures to work that way. So let's just go ahead and build the product inventory table and the brand and the product type table. So let's get back into e-commerce. We'll start with the test, inventory tests. Okay. So I'll bring the code in for this. So we're going to mark this with the DB fixture. This is going to require the database fixture that we're building. So we're going to build or test it against 2 items in the fixture. So here I'm going to bring in all of the different fields in this table. So ID, SKU, a UPC. So it's going to look slightly different from the design, the fields here in actual fact. So I've had a little rethink here. So we've got product type, product brand is active, retail price, store price, sale price, weight, created at and updated at. So I've changed the fields around slightly from that design. I'll try and update it. So this is kind of how a fixture might look. So this is going to be the first fixture in the data that gets inserted, ID, SKU, UPC. So these are just unique identifiers, the SKU and UPC for this product. Product type. So product type is number 1. So obviously product type doesn't exist yet, but I've just associated this product to product type 1. Product. So that there is a relationship between this table here and the product in here. So the first entry in here is going to be related to product number 1 in the product table. Now remember what we're doing here. The product is like the main product information, and then a product may have multiple versions of that product, and that's what the product inventory table is for, remember. So there might be a red version of something and a blue version of something. So we're trying to record that inside the product inventory table and connect that to the main product. So if we're selling a pair of shoes, Nike shoes, that Nike shoe might have 4 different colors. So inside of here in the product inventory table, there are 4 entries to associate those 4 colors, because those shoes may have different prices. So the red shoes might be on sale because there's loads in stock, no one's buying it. So we need to have an individual entry for every individual item or sub-item of that main product. So that's what the product inventory table was for, remember. So we need to link that up to the main product. So that's what that there is for, the product. So we have brand. So again, this is going to be linking to a brand. In this case, number 1 is active. Yeah, this product is active. Retail price, store price, sale price. So recommended retail price is what the recommended retail price is for a product. And normally that's quite high. Then the store price is whatever the store wants to sell it at. And then the sale price is the sale price that the store has defined. Then we have the weight. So the weight is going to be here in grams. Everything's going to be in grams to begin with. Created at, like we did before, and updated at. So let's go ahead and add another fixture. So there's going to be 8,616 fixtures. So it's going to be fairly consistent throughout. Remember, in the previous product table, there were 8,616 products. So what we're going to do here is create a similar set of fields for this. So there isn't going to be many duplicates to begin with. So literally to begin with, in the product inventory table, there's going to be 1 product per main product. So I haven't made any sub products yet. So that's going to be the data fixtures that we're going to build, the first one and the last one. So I just need to be careful of that. And then we go ahead. Now we've got that in place. We go ahead and test this. So we're going to bring in DB. I need to change that in a minute. So that's the fixture setup. We'll do that in a second. These are all the fields that we want to pass in to test. So we go ahead then and say result equals models.productinventory.objects.get. So here we're just getting the product inventory table. We're getting the ID from each item here. And we're going to test it against the items in the database. Of course, the database should be populated with the fixtures. So we're just matching the fixtures up with the two. So essentially, we're just matching up this data to the data in the database. So ID1 and ID8616. Right, so we just go ahead and we're formatting the date again so we can make that comparison, make that match, similar to what we did in the previous test. And then we go ahead and we just basically just test all the different items to make sure they match up to what's in the database. Okay, so that's everything then tested against the database. So we'll make a second test here. So this is going to be the insert data. So it's worth noting at this point that we are trying to follow this test first approach, and this is maybe just a step too far at the beginning. So maybe what you want to do is just basically build this to begin with, then go ahead and build the table, and then go ahead and then run this test and so on. So maybe you want to work that way more incrementally rather than doing this. I seem to have the foresight. I understand what I'm going to be building, so I'm able to kind of build these tests further. So if you aren't able to follow this type of approach, then it doesn't really matter at this point. So let's have a look at this second test. So this is called test inventory DB product inventory insert data. So here we're going to pass in the database. So we're going to have access to a database. So we call DB and then the product inventory factory. So we're going to make a new factory. That's the product inventory factory. So here we're going to try and create a new entry. Now notice here that we're overriding some of these settings. So we're going to pass this in and override the factory with the SKU, UCP, product type, name, product web ID, brand name. So we are trying to kind of override things here. And then let's go ahead and now create an insert. So the idea is we create this new product in the product inventory table, and then we're just going to test and make sure everything matches up. Okay, so that is just testing that. So it should be active. So these are just some static numbers that I'm going to put into the factory for the price, store price and sale price. And then this is the weight. So just again, when we build the factory, that's going to be the kind of a static weight that I'm going to use. So let's just go back up here where we've got the Django DB setup. That's going to be the DB fixture setup now. So I'm just going to replace that. So that's the test setup. So let's go ahead now and actually build the table. So let's remember, we're trying to be guided by our tests. The whole point of the test is kind of driving the development. So you can see these are all the fields that was going to be expected. So now in my models, I need to now make a model that basically fits in with all of these fields. So let's go ahead, bring in some code. So this is the product inventory table. Let's go ahead and add in all the fields. So I'm just basically going to add a field for everything here. I'm trying to utilize this too, although we're slightly out of sync here with the fields. Love that. Slightly out of sort here with the fields that we created here. So it isn't going to match up exactly. So I would probably need to update that. But again, I need to start thinking about maybe this is where this needs to be documented more deeply at this point in terms of what each field should do before I start then building it. So let's go back to my models here. So we brought in the SKU. So I'm saying that this needs to be unique. So the SKU is a unique identifier that we're going to provide every single product, and that's going to allow me to keep track it in terms of stock inventory. So you can see that's going to be unique. Null, false, blank, false. Remember that's just automatically applied anyway, but we're just being explicit here. So that's the SKU, and then we bring in the UPC. So again, another kind of universal product code, barcode type of situation for each product. So that should be unique, true, and max length 12. Okay, depending on your country, I think that might change. And then going into the product type. Okay, so the product type needs to be connected to the product type table. And actually, at the moment, we haven't actually built it, but we're going to build that dependency. Now, what we might have done is built this incrementally by not including this to begin with, and then add the table and then add this to the field. We could have worked that way, but we're just going to go straight for it this time. So you can see what we've done here is we've created a foreign key. We've named the table that doesn't exist yet. So this is forcing us to build that table too, and then related name, product type, and on delete. Like I said previously, we're just using protect at the moment by default. And then we do another foreign key for the product. So the product does exist. The product table does exist this time. So the related name is product, on delete models protect. So that makes a foreign key link a many-to-one relationship from this table to the product table. And then the same thing again for the brand. So again, this doesn't exist. So we need to build this. This is why we've got this yellow underline, because it can't find it. So let's move ahead and now build the attribute values. Okay, so again, this is going to be a link to the attribute values table. Again, this doesn't exist yet. So this is going to be difficult, but we know we're going to need this. So this is a many-to-many field. And I'll explain this in more detail when we get to that point. What we'll probably do actually to begin with is just we'll probably remove this to begin with, but that's going to be in place eventually. So let's move over to is active. So this just simply is the product active, is it visible? And then we've got the retail price. So here you can see there's a few different options. So we've got max digits and decimal places. So decimal places too. So for example, £10, 2 pence, 02 at the end. So depending on your currency, you may want to change that. Max digit is 5. So I've just limited it to what? About £1,000, right? Or 900,999. Or 999. So that's the maximum. So just need to define your max digit depending on how much you want to, how expensive your products are going to be. And then that then brings us onto the store price. A similar type of setup here. We've added an error message here. Notice that as well, just as for an example. So help text and verbose name. So that might come in useful. So you can define your own kind of error message. And then for the sale price, exactly the same thing again. And then for the weight. So this time we are going to work with the weight slightly differently later in the project, but for now we're just going to have a float field where we're going to add product weight. So it's going to be currently just set, or we're going to say that we're going to add all the weights in grams to begin with. And then we've got created at and updated at, and then we've got the return. So let's go ahead first of all and just remove this many to many field here. So that's the attribute values. Just remove that. So you can see that this is expecting product type and brand. So we're almost being forced now to also include that. So at this point you can remove it if you want to, but my fixtures will already have all this information in. So I would have built it without that first, added the fixtures or created a small set of fixtures, make sure it all worked, and then gone ahead and built these tables and then created a full set of fixtures. So I would have worked that way. I've already have everything created. So I'm not going to follow that path at the moment. We're just going to go ahead. We're going to build these two tables shortly. These are two simple tables, so let's just go ahead and build these while we're here. So product type and brand. So let's have a look at what we've got. Product type, all we've got is ID and name, and then brand, all we have is ID, name, and created at. So it looks like they're two very simple tables. So I was expecting to see it before it runs this, so I would put it before here. So let me just bring in the code for product type. I know I'm just copy and pasting here, but it's a really simple field. All we got is name. So this is product type. So ID is already created for us. And then we've got the product type name. You can see that is unique. So every product type, it has a unique name. There we go. So brand is a similar situation. So we're going to place it before the product inventory. Brand, a simple table just with name. So that's slightly different to what was advertised in the model. So I've made a few changes there. So all we're going to have is name. Again, that's going to be unique. So every brand has a unique name. That's what I'm stipulating here. So going back to my test file here, you can see that I should have now created a model with all these fields. That's what I've been following. So we've got brand and also product type there. So we're expecting that. So now we've done that. The tests aren't working still, so we can go ahead and try. Of course, they shouldn't work at this point. Okay, so we've got lots of fails going on there. So there's a lot going on here with the data because we're going to need to build data. If we take a look at this, we're going to need to build data as we move through. So each product has a category. So I need to kind of match each product up with a different category, depending on the data set that I had originally. So this product inventory, if I were to make more data, it all needs to be connected to the product. That product needs to have a product type, depending on the product type we're creating. So this is all shoes at the moment. We're building all shoes. So there's only going to be one product type. And then brand, each product will have a different brand. So I need to kind of create that. So this is really what the original data kind of looked like once I've played around with it a bit. And you can see that I've given all these categories a category ID, and I've had to then go ahead and use a V lookup. So I grabbed all the different categories and all the items, and then I've kind of tried to then go ahead one by one, each product, given it the correct category. So there's a lot going on here, which I'm not going to be talking about, but I'm trying to prepare a big set of data here so it kind of matches throughout the whole database. So there's a lot going on, and maybe this is a different tutorial to kind of think of, but hopefully you get a general perspective of what's going on with this data and how we need to kind of try and break up this data to make our data fixtures, but make everything relative still. So these are all the brands. So I started off with the brands. I then gave a brand, I took these brands out, took out all the duplicates, tidied it up, and then I gave every brand a category. And then what I had to do was then to go through and create a category ID field and match those brands using a VLOOKUP to the individual item. So that's all been done for you. So let's go back into here, and let's just go ahead now and have a look at the whole fixture for this product inventory table. So let's go into the inventory fixtures. Let's just quickly build a new fixture. So this is going to be DB, this is going to be product inventory.json. I'm going to need to rename that with fixture at the end, so just keeping it consistent. There we go. So it's a big old file. I've copied and pasted everything in there, so I've already prepared it. So I went through that process that I showed you earlier in terms of changing it into the CSV into a JSON file. So I went through that process, and you can see that we've got 8,616 items ready to go. This all follows the field. So SKU, UCP, product type, product, brand is active, retail price, store price, sale price, weight, and every single product is different, which is great. Every product is connected to the same product type, which is shoe, or is going to be shoe. So that's all in place. So that's now the inventory fixture completed. Let's go ahead now and build a factory. So if you get a bit stuck, let's just go back. Inventory, it's going to be in tests, factory. So let's go ahead now and build a factory for our product inventory. So this just follows the same rules. There's nothing new here really. So product inventory factory with meta class product inventory, SKU. So we use a Lambda function for that. UCP, again, a Lambda function for that. Product type. So this time, what we're doing, where we didn't do before with the category, because it was a many-to-many, we're actually going to build a link between the product type field here and the factory, the product type factory, which doesn't exist yet. So what we're doing here is when we build a new product in this product inventory table, we're building a link to this factory. So we're literally initiating this factory to build something so that we can build that connection and build that referential integrity between the two tables. Because remember, when we build something here, there has to be an item inside of the product type table in order for us to actually enter a new item into the database, because we've got that connection. So this here basically starts the process of running that sub factory, which is going to be the product type factory, which doesn't exist yet. And we do the same thing again for product, except for this exists. So when we create a new entry here, the product factory is going to run and build a new item so that there is an item in there that we can kind of connect to it. Right. So then the brand, same kind of situation. We're going to need to build that. And then just all the other fields that are going to be needed. And these are just static at the moment, and you can change those as you like. So that's the factory then for the product inventory. So notice we haven't specified the date time fields. That would just automatically be generated. So we are being led here to actually build these other factories. So we probably could go ahead and build these because they are very small factories. So let's just go ahead and I'll do that. Let's just go ahead and I'll paste these in. So this is the product type factory. So there's only one field. It's the same type of process again. So that's the product type factory that we're referring to. And then the brand factory there, you can see that then again, a similar situation. We're just going to create a name for the brand and the product factory. So hopefully you get the kind of general point of what's happening here behind the scenes. So if we aren't using those fixtures to build our database, we're using these factories potentially. So remember, I'm just giving you these two options. I'm using both here, but I'm just kind of showcasing these two options. So as soon as we make a product, that's going to initiate these different factories. Those fields are going to be populated in those tables. And the idea is that we want to be able to test a certain instance, but we're going to need data in all the tables that are associated to this table. So they get generated through the factory process. Right, so now we've done that, we're probably going to need to register all of these. So the first one being the product type factory, and then the brand, and then we'll register, last of all, the product inventory factory. So if we go ahead and try and run this, it's likely that it will fail. Okay. So let's just go back a few steps. Let's get rid of our database. And then let's get rid of this is the inventory migrations. So we'll just migrate everything again. We'll start from scratch though. This is going to be load fixtures. Now we need to remember to do that. We haven't done that. So let's go back into our demo management, load fixtures. So we're going to need to load some new fixtures. So this was, let's go into our fixtures here. We've got the product inventory, product underscore inventory fixture. Now this isn't going to work because we're also going to need the fixtures now for the other two tables, the brand table and the product type table. So let's just go ahead and we may as well just build that too. So brand, let's do that first. So I'm just going to bring that in. So this is the brand fixture. So just make a new file, brand fixture, or just follow or utilize the one in the code repository. So you can see what we've done here. We've got the model inventory brand ID1 field, and then just the name. Okay, so that's the brand. So there's multiple brands here. So that's all been sorted. So that's the brand, and then the type, that should be really quite simple because it's just going to be one entry into the fixture. There we go. So it's just one item in the fixtures because every item so far in our database is a shoe. So we're just going to connect it to that. So that's now in place. So let's go back to our load fixtures here, and we're just going to change that now. So we can call that. So we're going to just copy and paste this. So we've got two new fixtures. The first one is type, and then the second one is going to be the brand. Okay, so that's the command sorted, so we can get rid of that. But what we do is we'll just copy that because we're probably going to need that. So let's just go back into our tests. So we'll go to our fixtures. We're going to need to load that in too. So this is in our test fixtures, inventory fixture, type fixture, and brand fixture. So that kind of brings all that in. So that then populates the test database. So remember this up here, this in the load fixtures here, that's going to load it into the actual Django database. Whereas here, this is all about the test database in this fixture here. Right. So that should potentially sort that issue out. So let's just let's give that a go. So let's remember before we give it a go, and there was a typo here. I forgot that bit. Before we give it a go, let's not forget we're going to need to load the fixtures first. So load fixtures, our custom command. You can see that hopefully everything is going to be loaded. So you can see that we have a problem. Right, so problem installing fixtures row in table inventory product inventory where primary key 1 has an invalid foreign key. Okay, that doesn't correspond to the product type ID. Right, so you can see what's potentially happening here. The way that I'm loading in this code, or this is in the, apologies, let's just go back. In the management command here, load fixtures, you can see that I'm trying to load in the inventory first. and then after that, all the other tables. But potentially I need the data from the other tables first. So let's go ahead and just change that around. So that's in the load fixtures in your commands. So we'll give that a go again. Now what we need to do here is we're going to need to just delete and start again. So e-commerce inventory, and then get rid of the migration. So let's just give that a go again. Oh, so that's obviously going to fail, right? So let's load the fixtures again. So this time you can see that we've successfully loaded, that was the product table, then that there was the type table, and then the brands. So we've got 1,254 brands, 53 brands, and then we loaded in the product inventory table at the end. So all of our fixtures are now loaded. So we probably need to do the same thing here. Let's go back into the test fixtures, and let's just make sure that we're loading in before the inventory, the type and the brand. Give that a go. So let's have a go now at loading our tests. And there we go. So we had 13 past tests. You can see it's loading in all the data into the test database. Before we start, we've got this this printout. So we probably want to remove that print, don't we? So yes. So we're just going to revert this back to the initial test. So I've simply just reverted this back to the initial test. That's the insert data test here. So result 5. So let's just run that again. Okay, everything has passed. So we're getting there. We now have the category, product inventory, product type, and brand table all sorted. So they are now all completed. These stock and media tables are going to be fairly simple to create next. And then we can go ahead and tackle this section here, and we're done. So let's go back in. I think there was something else I needed to do. Oh, yes. So let's just close this all up. Let's now go back into the e-commerce inventory tests. Let's just quickly build 2 tests for both the type table and then also the brand table. So 2 simple tests. We want to just make sure that we can insert data into the brand and type table. So let's go ahead and create a new test for this. So it's test inventory db product type insert data. Okay, so we're going to need the product type factory for this. I think we built that. So the new type, so we'll go ahead and just create a new type, and then we're just going to check to see if we've done that. So we're just overriding the name of the new type, and we're just testing to make sure that is being created. So that's pretty much that. Then we build a new test here called product type uniqueness integrity. Remember, the name needs to be unique. So like we did before, we'll go ahead and utilize the integrity error issue. So we use the integrity error tool to check to see that we can't add 2 names that are the same in the database, in the table, in the product type table. So we'll go ahead and create some data with the name not unique, and then we then try to add some more again, and that will then get captured by the integrity error, and then that will then pass. So that just checks to make sure that we can't add 2 names that are the same inside the product type table. So we do the same thing again with the brand. So this time inventory db brand insert data. Make sure we can insert some data into the brand table. So we've just got the name. So we do a similar thing again like we just did there with the type table. And then we add a new table because remember the name of the brand needs to be unique. So we have the integrity check here. Similar situation. And there we go. So let's just make sure that we can save that working. So that takes a few seconds, and there we go, 17 passed. So that just checks for that. We now have everything in place, and we can now move on. So I'm going to call that phase 4. So if you go into the code, you'll find the phase 4 zip there. So all the code up to this point now is in phase 4. Hopefully this gives you a good kind of incremental step if there are any problems along the way. So problems probably what will occur is if you don't have some of these in the right order. We saw previously when we didn't load the data in the correct order, the integrity error was shown because it's expecting data in different tables. So we saw that. Obviously, there's a few stages there. Now, the way that I've shown you this here, I have pre-coded everything, and then I'm trying to bring it in step by step. Now, that isn't necessarily the way that I was going to develop this. I would develop this. It'll be a little bit more incremental, like I said. So I'd make a small test, build a little bit. So, I mean, in some respects, you could definitely work that way and probably be more beneficial. I'm using more bigger chunks here. With the testing. So I would have maybe started with a simple test to kind of check to make sure that I can insert everything into my database. So I'd include all the fields. Then I'd make my tables. Then I would come back. Then I would make sure that I can do something else. And then I would add my factory. And then I'd do another little test. So working incremental like that, most definitely. I've gone for these large chunks, which makes it difficult potentially to understand. But the video would have been twice as long, 3 times as long if we took that approach. So I hope you maybe can appreciate that fact, and showcasing this kind of test first approach probably isn't probably not doing a very good job at this stage. And plus we are kind of being very explicit here in creating all these tests here. Just getting used to making tests and utilizing some of the test code. Hopefully that is coming across and helping you out. Right, then next up, the median stock model. Fairly simple process here. We'll go through, we'll build a simple test, we'll build the model, and we'll go ahead and build some fixtures and a factory. So let's go ahead and create a new test for the media table. Okay, so fairly simple process. I've probably gone off track a little bit with the fields based upon what's here. So let's take a look. So let's go ahead, and this is a DB fixture. So we start off with the field. So what we're going to use here then is the ID product inventory. So if we go back into this table, this needs to be connected a many-to-one to the product inventory. So for every one product, there are multiple images for it. So there are multiple images just for one product. So that's a relationship that we have here. So let's go back into the code. So you can see that we're going to need a link to the product inventory table, foreign key, image. So that's going to be the image where the image is stored, or the image name. The alt text for the image is feature. So the idea here is feature. Let's remember that when we're going to show a product, there needs to be a main or initial product image that we want to show. So we can define that. And now your situation might be slightly different. So you might want to change and think about that. Created at and updated at, that's kind of an optional type of thing that you might want to include. So let's go ahead, and we're going to add some or create some data fixtures for this. So you can see here ID product inventory. So this image is going to be associated to product ID 1 of the product inventory table. The image, so this is where the image is stored. Alt text is feature, so true or false. Created at, updated at. Okay, so there's going to be 8,000. All I'm doing here is I'm making one image per item at the moment. We know that we have 8,616 items in the product inventory table, so there are 8,616 images. Right, so we don't actually have all these images. We don't need to worry about that. It's just all going to be the same image. So once we've done that, we can then go ahead and create our function. So we're bringing all the fields. So I need to replace that in a second with connection to the fixture. And then result equals. So we get the table, the media object table. We go ahead and we utilize our parameterize attributes here to test one after the other. So the first item and the last item in our fixtures I'm testing against. And then we go ahead and just change the date created and updated at, and then we go ahead and run our asserts. So the item that's in the database should match the item that we've set up here. So we're just going to test that against the image alt text is feature created at and updated at. So that then tests to make sure that the data fixtures are working correctly. They're inserted into the test database correctly. So now we can move on and see if we can insert some new images. So new media, media factory create, product inventory SKU. So here we're making a link to the product inventory item. Okay, so new media product inventory SKU. So what we're doing here is essentially just creating a new item. We're linking it to this item. So product inventory SKU 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So why is that important? Well, let's have a look here what we're doing. So let's go into the tests and the factories here. So if you remember, if we go into, where are we, the product factory, okay, and then we've got the product inventory factory here. So what we're trying to do here, when we make a new image, we're saying that the product inventory SKU should be that. So we're trying to associate it to a new item. So what we're doing here, we're making a new image, and at the same time, we're running the product inventory table, but we're overriding the SKU with this number here. So we're just overriding this with the new SKU number. So kind of making that match, or that making that connection between the image table and the product inventory table. So that's what we're doing there. So then we can then go and test to make sure the new item that we created, that the actual SKU for that is this. So we're saying now here that the new image that we built, that should be connected to a product inventory item, and that should have an SKU of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's obviously what we've defined here when we created a new item in the media table. So a visual of that, because that might not make sense. So what we're going to do is we're going to build a new media item. When we do that, there should be an item in the product inventory that we can connect it to, because we have a many-to-one connection. So what we do is we start up the factory for the product inventory, and we say that there should be an item in there, and the factory creates a new item, but we override the SKU of that item. So what we have now, when we make a media item, we make also an item in the product inventory table, but we define ourselves what the SKU is. And by doing that process, we've also now built a connection between the media table and the product inventory table, using the foreign key in the media table to the product inventory table. So what we can now do is we can check the new image that we've kind of defined in our media table, and we can check it against what it's linked to in the product inventory table, and that should be the item that we've set, or that's been generated, manually by the other factory, and it has the SKU that we've defined. I do hope that makes sense. Right, so now that is done, we can check all the other items that have been built. New media image. So we're going to need to build a factory that has all these by default. So these are kind of default options for our factory. And I think that's pretty much all that we need to do there. So now we have this in place. Let's just go ahead and zoom up here, because we need the DB fixture set up. Apologies, let's go back down. So it's not Django, it's the DB fixture setup. Right, so just check out the code in the repository if I've gone too quickly there. So with that in place now, let's go ahead and we'll just close all this down, right? And then we'll go back into e-commerce, inventory, and then we're going to need the models. So let's go ahead and build our new model. Okay, so let's just bring this in one by one. So we have the media class, so our new table, and we're just going to follow the same set of fields that we defined in our test. So product inventory, this is going to be a foreign key. Okay, so that's a product inventory foreign key. Again, we're using model protect, and then we've got the image. Okay, so we're defining the default path for the new image. So there's going to be a folder called images, and then inside of that there's going to be a file called default.png. We're not too worried about actually building that at the moment, because we're not going to actually run this on the web page or actually show this. So we're not worried about where it is just for now. So we have a default upload to a folder called images, and unique false, null false, blank false. Okay, so that must be included. And then we have alt text unique. So we might set this. Oh no, okay, so that's fine. So that is going to be required. All good. So is feature. So we define that as a Boolean field. So whether the image is the main image for that product, created at, and then updated at. Then finally we have our verbose name, plural name, and then so with that in place, like we've done previously, we're going to need to build a set of fixtures. So we just need to follow this process again. So I've gone ahead and I've done that already. So let's go into the fixtures and let's just drop in the media fixtures. So these fixtures here, a simple set of fixtures where I basically just made sure that every single item in the product inventory table has pretty much the same thing. So the only thing that's different from each item is the ID and the product inventory ID. So this product inventory ID goes all the way up to 8,616. Yep. So there's one image per item in the product inventory table. So let's go ahead and just update our demo management command. So we just need to add in here the media. Okay, so we need to think about the loading of this. So yeah, media has a many to one, doesn't it, to the inventory? So it's not expecting that when we build the inventory. So that should be absolutely fine. We can now, of course, copy this over. So let me just close all that down. So I'm going to copy that over to the test fixtures. So remember, we're going to load that in when we run the tests to populate our test database. So that gets placed into there. And now we just need to go and build a factory for the media. Fairly simple process again. Let's just go ahead and start a new media factory. So we have the meta field or the meta option for selecting the table that we want to use. And we have some fields here. So you can see that we're going to connect this to the sub factory, product inventory factory. So when this runs, we are going to need the product factory. So we run that and then we're going to create an image. This is just like a static image we're going to use for every single time we utilize this factory. The alt text is feature true. And that's pretty much all that we need to do there. So let's go ahead and register. When I say that's all we need to do, we could obviously do more, but just for a basic set of a basic factory, that seems to be okay for now. So this is the media factory. So let's go through the same process again. We're going to remove the database and then we're going to also remove the inventory migration. And then we're going to go ahead and run our management command to make sure that our fixtures work and so on. So what that was load fixtures. Okay, so you can see that we've been told that because we're using images or an image field, we're going to need to install pillow. So let's pip install pillow. And then we go ahead and pip freeze. We'll just update our requirements text. And then we go ahead and run our fixtures again. There we go. So fixtures seem to be okay. And there we go. So that was the media fixtures at the end there. We just loaded in. So the fixtures are working okay. Right. So let's go and run our test. There we go. All of our tests are working okay, so which means obviously that our test fields all match the fields that we've created, that the fixtures are working on the test database and everything is nicely connected through the factories. So everything is working great. So hopefully I've given you enough information about these factories. I think if this was done in a different way, maybe you'd get a better perspective of what the factory is doing if you don't already have a general understanding. But to try and visualize what we do with the factories, and sorry to embellish this if you already understand this. So again, what we're trying to do is build a factory for each table so that when we need to kind of test something with that data in that table, the factory generates some basic information which will help us then run that test. And of course, these factories are connected to the other tables because there's dependencies between tables, and it builds that data too when we run the specific test that requires those tables to run that test. And of course, we are running the tests another way, utilizing the fixtures. Remember, there's kind of two approaches here. Those data fixtures that we're using for the test database, that's just another way of populating the whole database at once. So we don't need to have to worry about factories. But of course, we're utilizing factories to kind of insert data, to help us insert data into the database. And what the factory is really doing for us in that respect is helping us and guiding us through creating new entries into the test database. And we can do that manually, we can override, or potentially we can do it automatically, some of the different fields. So let's go ahead now and create this stock model. Same process again. We're going to create a model, create some fixtures, and then create a factory. So let's just go through the same process again. So let's start off by going into the e-commerce inventory tests. So this can go below the previous one. So let's move in and create a new test. So again, we're using parameterize to test 2 items. You can do multiple here. Just really showcasing this feature. So we've got ID product inventory connection. So that's our one-to-one connection to the product inventory table, last checked. So essentially what's happened here in our stock table is that we're pretending we've got some stock in our store or in our warehouse, and that needs to be periodically checked potentially by a person to check to see that we actually have the number that's described in the table. So last check would just detail when the actual product was actually last checked in the warehouse, or when it's stock controlled, how many units we've got left, and how many units have been sold ultimately throughout the duration of it being on sale. So we're going to add and create some fixtures. That's what the fixtures is going to look like, just some numbers really. This is obviously the connection to the product inventory table and the ID of each item in the product inventory table. So this is going to be a reference point to product ID 1 in the product inventory table and the last product 8616. Right, so let's go ahead and build our function. So we're just going to bring in everything that we need. Again, DB, because we want access to the database. We're going to need our fixtures, ID, product inventory, last check, units sold. Okay, so then we just go ahead and same process again, convert the date into something we can check against this right here, the format. And then we go ahead and assert the inventory ID, product inventory, assert again, last checked, and then units and units sold. Okay, so that's pretty much probably it with that. And then we then go ahead and create a new test to make sure we can insert data into the stock table. So we bring in the DB and stock factory that we're going to build, and then we basically just override the product inventory SKU like we did previously, so that we can build a link between the stock and the item inside the product inventory table. And then we then assert to make sure that we've then inserted something into the stock table and connected it to our new item through the factory with the product inventory SKU of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so let's remember that when we build an item in the stock factory, in the stock table, the factory is going to build that item as well as be connected to the product inventory table, because we want to connect it to an item in there. So we build that as well. So the product inventory factory will build an item inside the product inventory table. Although we've got loads already from the fixtures, it's still going to build a new one, and we're just going to connect it to this item that we're going to build. And we're overriding here. This is overriding the SKU when we build a new product in the product inventory table for this stock item that we're building. So with that in place, we just assert there. So we can also, for example, check how many items, new stock units. So we can check how many units are left. So it should be 2. So this is just some defaults that we're going to set up in our factory. And there we go. That's everything now set up in terms of our tests. So let's now utilize this. So one thing you don't see me doing is utilizing this code when I'm building or this here. So I have this on another screen, and as I build the different fields, I'm utilizing this to make sure that I've built them. And then when I build the factory, I'm utilizing this to make sure that I'm building it as per specification here. That's the whole point of these tests, right? So they specify something that I need to build. So they're driving this development, which I'm not really showcasing to you very well, but that's the whole point here. Right, so let's move over now to the models. Let's go ahead and build our model for this. Okay, right. So let's bring in stock. This is our stock table, and we've got the product inventory 1-to-1 field. So that's something we've not used before. So 1-to-1 field to the product inventory table, which exists. So the product inventory table needs to be obviously there for us to do that. So this is why the stock table is below the inventory. So if we were to utilize this, or we were to build this above the inventory table, then it simply wouldn't run correctly. So let's add some fields. So we're going to need last checked, units, and units sold. So those are the things that are driving this. Units, unique, false, default 0. So by default then, when we add something to a stock table, if we don't add a amount of units, the default is 0. Okay, so then we have units sold, default being 0 again, and that's pretty much it, I think. Let's go back there. So now we've built the table. Let's go ahead now and add our fixture. So let's go into our fixture folder, and we're just going to drag this in. Okay, so we create a new file here called db-type, stock fixture. And inside of here, I've just now added. So what I've done again is for every single product, all 8,616 of them, I've just added a stock entry, just like a random stock entry that I've generated through Excel, and I've converted that, like I showed you previously, converted that to JSON and then formatted it for Django. So you can see that that is all now in the stock inventory table. I've generated some like random numbers for the amount of units sold. Actually, I think it's 0 for everything there, but units, the amount of units that I might have. So it's just some random numbers there. So I've tried to make it a little bit more realistic in that way. But yeah, that's the fixtures for the stock fixtures. So let's go ahead now and go into our demo management load fixture. And we're going to need to obviously load that fixture in. So this is going to be the stock fixture. So we can now copy and paste that. It's kind of a process now. And we can then go into the tests folder, factory fixtures even, and then we'll put that in there. So it runs in our test database too. And now we can go into our factory while we're here. Let's now build a factory for this. Really simple process here. Let's bring in a new class, stock factory, connect it to our model, and then just add a few fields. So here we're going to build the sub-factory link to the product inventory factory, and then units. So just going to hard code the amount of units and units sold. So let's go back into the tests here. So remember, we're kind of testing this out here. So this is what's guiding me in terms of what should be included in my factory. So 2 units sold 100. And yeah, that's pretty much it. That's my factory for that. So I'll register this. So this is going to be stock factory. Okay, right. So let's go into the SQLite. We'll delete that. We'll go into the inventory migrations. We'll delete the initial migration. And now we can go ahead and close everything up very quickly. And let's just test to make sure that we can get everything started again. So hopefully at this point you're seeing how quickly it is to get from just the code to everything started by utilizing fixtures. So let's just run our load fixtures. Okay, so we're just loading now in all of our fixtures. Takes a couple of seconds. So the last one there being the stock fixtures that we've just generated. So there's quite a lot of fixtures here being generated. You saw that took quite a long time to actually load all these in. Now, while I'm on that point, it might be that your test database doesn't need that many fixtures. So you might slim down the fixtures and make some separate fixtures just for testing, because you might not want to test with all of these fixtures, because in the testing stage, or when we're making unit tests, we're not necessarily testing performance here. We're just testing to make sure that the data can be inserted and we can insert data into the database. So this is probably a little bit overkill potentially for our test setup. But if we're developing and we want to run some tests on our main application, this seems like a good way of working, like I suggest. And this is going to grow most definitely once we go through some different phases in this project, this fixture set will definitely develop further. So assuming that is okay now, let's go in and run our tests. Taking a couple of seconds, and there we go. So we have 23 tests now passed. So I'm going to call that phase 5. And what you're going to find, like in the previous sections, you'll find phase 5 zip here with all the code up until this point. So now we move on to the final phase. So far we built everything up until here, these 3 tables. So that's what's left for us to develop. So we start off with the product attribute table. You can see we have a one-to-many relationship, so we can build this individually. And then we build this table here individually. And then I'll show you how to, because what we have here is a many-to-many relationship between product inventory and product attribute value. So typically Django would build a table for us, but I want to just take you through the process of building this manually, because you may want to add some additional fields to this table. So let's start off with our tests. Let's go into tests here, and then, oh, wrong place, inventory tests. So let's now build a new test for the table. So first of all, we're going to start off with the product attribute table here. So let's go ahead and build that. So that's just clicking in between. So we've got a name and description, ID, name and description. So ID, name and description. Let's set out some tests. So in our fixtures, you're going to find, I think we're just building one fixture for this. So we're going to have ID1, name, men, shoe size, description, men, shoe size. Right, so that's our attribute, product attribute. So let's go ahead and build, finish this off with a function. So we need access to a database. We've got the DB fixture setup, ID, name, description. ID, name, description stat needs to match this here. And then we've got the result. So we'll go ahead and cycle through these, even though there's just one here. We might add some more later. And then we're going to assert result name equals name. So we're just checking against the database whether this is the first item in the database, and then the description. And then we can move on and see if we can insert some data. So we're going to build a new factory called product attribute factory. So we're going to create a new factory that does that. And then we're just going to check to see the name represents this here. Okay, so that kind of guides us what we need to do with that, and the description. And then finally, because the name of the product attribute should be unique, we need to just run that same test again, whereby we're trying to raise an integrity error. If it does, then it means that we can be sure that the name field has been set to unique. So that's the third test we're going to run. So that just checks our database for that. So now we've done that. If we run our test now, obviously that should fail. And our goal is obviously to now build the code and develop so that these tests will pass, of course. Right, so let's go into the inventory models. We'll build a model for this now. So let's go ahead and build the product attribute model. It's going to have 3 fields: ID, that's automatically generated for us, name and description. So you notice that the name is unique here. And then secondly, the description field, that's going to be a text field. It must be something must be inserted. So unique, false, null, false, blank, false. So we should force people to enter something in there for a description. And then finally, we can just then have the dunder string return. So we're just going to return the name, and there we go. So that's the model set up. So now we can go ahead and create some fixtures. So like I said, there's only going to be one fixture for this. So in the fixtures here, I'm just going to drag this in. So I'm going to name this product inventory fixture. Product attribute fixture. Apologies. So I've created a new file here, and then you can see I've only got one item inside of here. So ID1 fields, men shoe size, description, men shoe size. That obviously matches that will match up here in my test. So I am utilizing that. I am guided by my test. So with that in place, let's go now into the demo management load fixtures. So we just need to obviously now add this in. So that was product attribute fixture. Product attribute fixture. And of course, now I can just copy this. You can kind of see the process now, hopefully. We'll copy this into the tests folder and fixtures. So we'll load that into our test database. And then in addition to that, we now need to build a factory. So let's go ahead and build our factory. It's going to be called product attribute factory, meta model models.product attribute. So that's the table product attribute. So we need to make sure that that matches up with here, product attribute. And then let's go ahead and add a name. So we're using a lambda function for that. So attribute name underscore whatever, and then description underscore whatever. And yeah, that is pretty much it for the factory. So let's just go ahead and register that factory. That's going to be the attribute factory. That's our factory in place. So let's go ahead now and just go through the same process again, making sure everything works. So remove a database. Let's go into the migrations, remove the initial migration. Let's now go and manage load fixtures. Everything should be running nicely, hopefully. So it looks like all the fixtures are working okay to this point. And then the last one, there should be one fixture, because that was the fixture we just generated, this product fixture here. So the fixtures are all working okay. So let's see if our tests are. It's taking its time, and there we go. So it's a bit of a long one, this. We have 2 more tables to go, and then we are done here. So we're going to now perform the operations needed for the product attribute value table. If you have got this far, thank you very much. Hopefully you've enjoyed it at this point. If there's any comments or suggestions, I know that I've kind of started to integrate into more kind of bringing in code onto the page. I know some people don't like that, but I was just trying to speed things up really ultimately. And I'm trying to make sure that I describe everything, go through it step by step. If you do have any questions, please ask in the comments. And then obviously don't forget the code is in the code repository if you haven't already started looking at it. So let's have a look at the product attribute value table. We're just going through the same process. So at some point we need to be a little bit careful about how we structure our code in terms of when we bring it in. Once we start building the connection between the two tables, building this here, because we're going to rely on this being generated potentially, or this needs to be generated first before that does. So we need to be careful where the code will be in the kind of sequential order on the page. So we'll look at that shortly, but let's go ahead and build the product attribute value table. Right, so same process again. You're probably hopefully getting used to this now. The inventory table, test fixtures. So we're going to place this at the end of our test db fixture file. So let's bring in another db fixture. So we're going to need this time ID product attribute 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 value. Right, so let's just double check. So we've got ID, so that's a unique ID. Product attributes, that's going to be a foreign key to the product attribute table, product value, attribute value, and description. So the idea here is that in the product attribute, we've defined earlier the men's shoe size. So here, we're now going to have men's shoe size 10, for example. So that's what we're going to add a value to it now. So of course, there's a many to one here because there are many different men's shoe sizes. So here in this table, we're going to have, for example, use this attribute with the attribute name men's shoe size. And in here, there's going to be multiple links, men's shoe size 1, size 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on. So that's what we're trying to do in this table, just add some values to the attributes here. So essentially here, all that's in this table is just the different types of attributes that we might want to apply to products. And here we're going to add some values to it, and then we're going to connect those values up to the individual products. That's the flow of what we're doing here. So let's go back and finish this off. So these are just some values. So ID1, product attribute 1. So that refers to the attribute that we set up, this one here in the previous. And then finally, we're going to add a value to it, which is going to be 10. So we're going to set up shoe size 10, men's shoe size 10 in our fixture. That's what we're going to be doing. So we're going to test this fixture. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to bring in a database. So we can access the database, test database. Bring in our fixtures, ID, product attribute, product value. So those are the fields. We'll go ahead now and just cycle through this, although there's only one item here. We might want to add some more eventually. And then we just check that, run an assert. So the result should be the ID should be number 1. So we're just testing for that. Value should be 10. Yep. And then we can go ahead and see if we can add some values. So this is where it gets a little bit trickier. So now we want to add some values. So what we're doing here then is we're using new attribute value. So you can see here we're going to product attribute value factory. We're going to create a new item. So attribute value is going to be new value. Product attribute name is then going to be new value. Okay, so you can see here we've got, for example, attribute value, product attribute __ name. So we're setting the name of this attribute. So let's go back into the fixtures here in the factory, sorry. So we're referring to this name. So what we're doing is we're kind of overriding this name again here. So what we're going to be doing here is when we create a new item here, we're saying we're going to make a new item and then override the name and create a new item here, but with the override name that we specify. So going back to here, in the fixtures, you can see that we're going to create a new attribute value, new value, and then the product attribute name, we're using the double underscore here. So now we're referring to the name inside of this table here, the product attribute table. We're going to set that to new value. So that's how we're going to build a connection there. So we can then test to see if the attribute value is new name, and then we can see if the name is also new value. So we're just basically testing the new value that we enter into this table against the name here that's been made where we built the connection. So we're going to populate this table with the product attribute foreign key to the related item that gets generated by the factory, but we're specifying the name so that we can run a test, and then the attribute value is whatever we type in. So what we have now is behind the scenes when we run this test is we have the new factory running this product, making a new product with the name that we specify, and then we add a new product and we link it to that new item that we've built via the factory. It gets a bit tricky, but that's what's happening, right? So with that in place, I think we're now completed with that. So we've tested to make sure that the fixtures work okay, and then that we can add a new value. Right. So let's go ahead now, and if we run that, obviously it wouldn't work. So let's now go ahead and go into our inventory models and build a new model. So we're going to place this below because the product attribute table must be created first because of the dependency that we have. So this table is the new table is expecting the other table to exist. So this is going to be the product attribute value table. So here we're going to add some fields. So the product attribute with a foreign key to the previous table. So that's why it needs to be created first in this instance. And then you can see we've got the attribute value, which is going to have a max length of 255. So this is a character field. So although we're saying value, that value can be text, or that can be text or numbers, for example. So you might want to kind of specify that. And then what else we're going to need here is the dunder string. So what we're doing here is I'm creating a different type of return. We're going to get the product's attribute name. So we're going to grab the product attribute name, product attribute, and we're going to go through the foreign key and get the name, and then we're going to get the value, and that's what's going to be the default return if I were to query this table. So let's now go into the fixtures. Hopefully you get the flow now. So we're going to need to add some fixtures. So that's going to be the product attribute value fixture. So that's what we got here. So ID attribute value 1, product inventory 1. Okay, so a simple set of fixtures, just one item in this case. We can definitely add some more at a later point. So our model was called product attribute value. So product attribute values. Okay, we need to be careful here. Okay, so what I've done is I've created two tables. This is called product attribute value. Okay, and then what you'll find is we're going to build a new table in a second called product attribute values with an S. Now I probably should have named this slightly different because you can see where some issues are going to occur. So we need to be careful here. So let's just remove that. So we're looking for product attribute value. I'm looking for product attribute value. So there we go. So I'm going to make a new fixture called product attribute value with no S. And you can see this is the fixture we're going to have. So this is a reference point to the product attribute in the other table. And then this is the value. So shoe size is going to be 10 for the men's shoe size. So that's my fixture then for this table that we just created. So let's go ahead and create a new management command for this. So this is going to be product attribute value fixture. Okay, so we'll load that in, and then we just need to follow the process like before. We'll then go into our test fixtures, make sure we're in our text fixtures. We'll load that in there, and then we go into our factories and build a little factory for it. So this can go below the product attribute factory. So let's go ahead and do exactly this. So product attribute value, not S, factory. We've got our model that we're connecting to, the value module. And then we've got two items here, or two fields, product attribute. So that's going to be a subfactory because that's a foreign key to our previous factory. So whenever we build something here, remember, this is going to be connected to this. Right, so then we move on and then we build the attribute value. So again, just using Alexify again, you can specify a value. And that's pretty much it for that. So let's just go ahead and register this product value factory. And then we can go ahead and go through the same process again. I like to go through the whole process. So deleting the existing database and then looking for the migrations for the inventory. Okay. So now I can go through the whole process again of loading everything in. So manage it by load fixtures using my custom command. Take a couple of seconds. The last item here is obviously going to be a 1 because that was the last fixture we just set up, and that is working okay. So now I can run my tests. Bit of white space. There we go. 27 passed. So everything is running nicely. So we can see the factory in operation here. So what I've done is I've just removed the lines here in the create. And what we're going to do is we're going to let the factory take control here. So the factory is going to generate this data for us. And you can see when I run it, it actually tells me that it's looking for attribute value underscore something. So attribute value underscore something here in my factory. So what we're doing here in this test at the end, go back to here, is we're just specifying or overriding the attribute value and the product attribute value so that we can then run this test to check to make sure that it was inserted correctly. So that leaves us with the last table, this table here, which is a link table, if you like, between these two tables. So for example, product inventory, so a certain shoe might have multiple attributes, height, weight, obviously not in this case, but height, weight, length, whatever. So multiple attributes. Then one attribute, say shoe size 10, might be used for multiple products. So you've got a one-to-many here and then a one-to-many this way. So therefore, we now have a many-many relationship here between these two tables. So behind the scenes, if we set that up, Django would automatically generate this table for us, but we want to do it manually. So we'll go through this process now, building this link table manually so that we can connect these two tables together. And then that's the final table that we're going to build in this tutorial. So we need to be careful here because the naming, we've got value and values with an S. So that's the difference between the naming here. And again, like I said, maybe I should have named that differently, but we're going to go with that. So I want to show you this process. So we're not going to build a test first. We'll go ahead and we'll build the model first. And I'll just take you through the process. So let's first of all head into e-commerce and then the inventory models. So let's start off by building the table. So this is the product attribute values with an S. So this is the product attribute value link table. So we're going to set out a few different fields. So ID is going to be automatically generated. We're going to have a foreign key here between this table and the attribute values table, or attribute value table. So there's a foreign key here between this table and this table here. And then secondly, there needs to be a foreign key between this table and the product inventory table. Okay, so we build that, and then we go ahead and we add some meta to this. So we're going to say unique together. So both values together create the uniqueness. So what you'll probably find is that, for example, one product, 10, might have multiple values. So attribute values, so value 1, value 2, etc., etc. But that can't be repeated. So, for example, a product can't have the same value twice. So, for example, a shoe would be shoe size 10. So say that was product attribute value 1 and product inventory 1. Therefore, we couldn't have that again appear in the database. So now we've defined this, we need to now go back into the product, keep going up, apologies, the product inventory table. And now we need to make a reference. So now we need to make a reference point over to the product value table from the inventory table. We need to tell this table that we're going to pass through this table to get to this table, so to speak. So we're going to define what will be a through table here, and we're going to define this table. Right, so let's go back down and let's just add this in. So let's put this underneath the, for example, a brand here. Okay, so we've got a new field here called attribute values, and then we're going to use a model many-to-many field. We're going to then define the model it's connected to, and then we're going to say related name, and then through. So this is the important bit, through. So product attribute values. So let's just quickly remind ourselves why we're doing this. So previously we created this many-to-many link here, and this table is generated for us. Now there are some occasions where you want to build this table manually because you would want to add some more attributes to it, some different fields. So this is why we use through. So head over to the Django documentations 3.2 at the moment as of recording, topics, DB models, and it talks a little bit about extra fields on many-to-many relationships, and here we're using through. So we're just following the documentation again. It takes you through why you do that and how you do that if you want to learn a little bit more about it. So now we've built the table. Let's go ahead now and go over to the fixtures. Let's just add some fixtures for this. So that was going to be the product attribute values with an S fixture. So we're just going to set this up here. So inside of this table, we're just going to populate it with attribute value 1. Now, attribute values 1 and product inventory 1. So product 1 and then attribute value 1. So what that is here, so we're inside of this table here, we're adding some data. So there should be something populated here for us to link to it, and then something both sides here for us to link the product inventory to the product attribute values table. So that's what we're doing there with that data. So we're making the assumption there is something entered here. So with the factory, that is going to be the case. Also remember with the data fixture, so for the value here, we're basically just linking it to this. So attribute values 1 is actually referring to this here, ID 1, or product attribute 1, and that's going to be the attribute of 10. So essentially what we're doing here is we are behind the scenes, we have created a new product, a shoe product, and now we're going to assign that to a new product attribute, which is going to be, if we look at the data for this, it's going to be the men's shoe size. So that's the attribute. We've then gone ahead and we've added a value to it. So it's going to be shoe size number 10. And then we've then gone ahead and we've connected the product number 1 to that attribute and all that data. So that's how we're building the connection and the attributes to the product. So let's go ahead and go into our demo management command. We're just going to load in our fixture. We may need to be careful how we load this in. So let's just load this in at the end here. Right, so now we've loaded that fixture in, we can go ahead while we're here, let's go into tests. We'll just copy this in to our test because we're going to need that. So our test down here. our fixtures. So we'll just load that in too. So we haven't built any tests yet. I just wanted to show you this process more than making a test, but we'll make a test in a second. So let's go ahead and now delete the database and the migration for the inventory. Let's now go ahead and run it. So load fixture. So we're just loading everything up again. Product attribute value is not defined. Okay, good. Right, so this is in inventory model, line 182. Models, line 182. So 182, let's keep going. So here it refers to product attributes. So let's just bring this down a bit. So this is in, this is going to be in the product inventory table. So it's expecting to find that product attribute value, the table, but obviously this exists down here. So we're going to need to potentially just move this around a little bit. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy the attribute value class and also the attribute class, product attribute class. So we move this up above the inventory table. Give this a go. There we go. So now you can see that it says, well, so that disappeared. Let's go into, apologies for this scrolling. So now you can see that that has seemed to resolve that issue. So let's go ahead and try this again. Load fixtures. So now we're loading the fixtures. Everything seems to be creating okay. And the last two objects. Okay, so no fixture name, DB product attribute value fixture. Okay, so values. So let's just go back into our load fixtures. Values. Because I put an S on the fixture. Sorry, not on the values. Okay, so we need to do the same thing then for our test fixture here, because we've just copied and pasted that over, haven't we? Okay. Right, so now I need to just delete the database again. We'll just try this again. And then the migration, we'll get rid of that migration. And we load it all in again. This time, hopefully, we'll be successful. There we go. So now we need to head over and build a factory for this. Okay, so we can do this at the end here. So let's go ahead and build our product attribute values with an S factory. Great, so we define the model, product attribute values, and then we say attribute values. So we've got a sub-factory to the product attribute value factory. Okay, so there's two values here in the values factory, in our values table. We've got obviously a foreign key to our product inventory and a foreign key to our product attribute value table. Apologies, I haven't updated all these field names. So with that in place, we then add a product inventory link to the sub-factory. So essentially what's happening here is that when we run this table, when we try to enter something into this table, we're going to need these other tables. So these factories are going to be fired off, adding some data to it. Now, of course, there's already data in there because we're using fixtures as well. Again, I'm just reiterating the point here that we're using both setups here. We don't have to, but I've just shown you both ways. So with that in place, not much is going to happen, because what we need now is we're going to need a way of kind of inserting data or testing, inserting data into a database if we want to build a test. So what we're going to need to do here is just build another class here. This is going to be called product with attribute values factory. Okay, so this is going to extend from product inventory factory. Okay, so what's going to happen now is I'm just basically just going to define two entries into the table. So here we've got attribute values 1 equals factory related factory, product attribute values factory. Related factory related name, product inventory. So we'll add two values. So this is basically allowing us to add two values into the table. So let's talk a little bit more about this last class here. And this is kind of like the the finale of this, if you like. So we've already created the product inventory factory. So if you're not familiar to object-oriented programming, let's just say that we're basically extending the functionality of this object here, and we're now going to add some additional attributes potentially when we create a new product. So you can see what's happening here. We are going to, for example, run this factory here. So we're going to create a new product and we're going to run this factory. Right, so this factory is running these factories. So let's go to this factory here. And you can see this factory is going to run and it's going to then create a product attribute. This factory is also going to be run, product inventory factory, and it's going to create a new product attribute. Right, so you can see that all these factories are going to fire off all the other factories and generate some data. So what's going to happen is that in this case, when we run this and build a test for this, it's going to automatically generate two pieces of data, two attributes for that product. So, I mean, we don't need that. I'm just copying and pasting it so we can add more attributes. You can add more to it if you like. So when we run this, we're going to build a test, which is basically going to run this. It's then going to extend from the factory. It's going to create, it's going to run this, which is going to run all these factories. And ultimately what we end up with is a new product which is connected to two new attributes. That's what we're going to end up with. So let's just give this a go. Let's go into our tests, and we can do this at the end here. So let's go ahead and build this last test. This is going to be called test inventory db insert inventory product values. Right, so we're going to bring in our database so we can access the test database, and then product with attribute values factory. That's a factory we just built. Double check that. There we go, product with this one here. So with that in place, we're now going to fire this off. So what we need to remember here is that everything is firing off here. So this is going to fire off this sub-factory and the other sub-factories. It's going to build everything. So we're going to be really utilizing here all of the different values that are being generated automatically within these factories. That's the point here, really. And then once we've done that, we're going to override the SKU. So we're going to build a new product, but we're going to override the SKU here. Now, how can we do that? Well, let's remember that we're kind of subclassing here the product inventory factory. So we have access to all the parameters in the factory class. That's why we're bringing it in here. So we're overriding this SKU. So in actual fact, when we run this, it's also running that factory and creating a product, right? So we're overriding that. And then what we're doing here is we're then going to collect that item. So the whole point of overriding the SKU here is so that we can run a query in the test database and get that item. So we can then run some more tests on it, for example. So here what we're going to do is we're going to get that result information, that individual item, because we're using get. So we're just returning one item here. And then we're going to go into the attribute values. So that's a reference point attribute values. This is the field in the table of the inventory, product inventory. So we're going to reference that there, and then we're going to grab all of the attributes that are associated to this individual product that we just built in the inventory, product inventory table. And then we're going to count how many they've got. There should be two, because remember what we've done here, apologies, what we've done here is we've added two attributes, or we've told the factory to fire off two attributes, to build two attributes. That's all being generated automatically, remember, because this is associated to this, which is associated to this. So the factory is generating that for us. So once we've done that, we can assume now we've created two new attributes. We can then fire off the test. Test will run back okay. Okay, takes a few seconds. Yep, so it's testing okay. So what we can now do is have a look. So let's go ahead and actually have a look at the different attributes that are being generated. That'll take a few seconds again. There we go. So we've got two attributes, two objects that we've kind of built here, or the factory have built. And you can see here it says attribute name _4, attribute name _5. So that's what's actually being now stored in the test database in this table. And we've now built this link between the product inventory and the product attribute value. So we're now actually querying this product and we're saying, well, what values does it have? What attributes does it have? And we can see it has an attribute of this and an attribute of that. Obviously, they don't make any sense here because I'm using these kind of placement names. But why I'm using these placement names is because I can now trace this back. So if I were to now go into my factory and have a look and search for attribute value, I can see that this has been fired off, and that is actually being now utilized, and that's how I'm generating data from my database. And hopefully at this point you can now see everything that's being kind of generated inside my factory. So by running this, it literally has just connected everything else, all the other tables in my factory. So I've created this, which inadvertently have created the product type table and the brand table. It's also had to create the product table. Now, to build the product table, it's a requirement for us to have a category table because it needs a category, right? So it's done that too. It's built all those tables. And then in addition to that, we've built this table because we need to build attributes, and this table and that table. So my factory now is building all of these tables and adding some additional information in those tables. Now, on the flip side, remember we are using data fixtures as well, but remember that's just a side thing. So I can now run all these tests and just use my factory by just changing here, not Selenium to, for example, where are we? Let's go back into my tests. So remember we've decorated some of these tests as DB fixture. So I can now say not Selenium and DB fixture. So let's go ahead and build or run tests without utilizing the DB fixtures. So we're just going to run purely the tests that are associated to the factories. So we can do that. So previously we had not Selenium. So all we need to do is extend that and say and not DB fixture. So anything that's been marked as DB fixture will now not run those tests. So we can run that, and you can see that that runs really quickly because we're not loading all of that test data fixtures or those test fixtures into the database. And we have 15 passed, 14 deselected, and there we go. Right, so let's return this back to its original state. Just copy and paste that in. And there we go. So we'll just test that out very quickly. There we go. So there we have it, the longest tutorial that I've ever built. If you have got to the end, thank you very much. I do hope it was valuable and worth watching. So we have only just created some tables, but what we have done is we've created a testing setup now, which we can expand and fully start to explore this a test first approach in a little bit more detail, how you might want to actually kind of utilize this approach. I have tried to utilize it to build databases, and hopefully you can start to see maybe the value of that by following this type of approach. Although, like I've said previously, you might want to do that in a more kind of incremental way, in a smaller way, rather than kind of the big chunks that I was using. So we have built now a new project for Django. We've set up the testing environment. We've implemented the inventory app tables. We've built some data fixtures, or there are data fixtures now, and there's quite a lot of them. And we've started to look at this kind of test first approach. Just a big thank you to all that have supported the channel, all the sponsors, and anyone else who's in the membership or have simply just decided to subscribe to the channel. Thank you very much. Hopefully, like I said, this was valuable in some way. It'd be interesting to get your feedback. If you do have any feedback in terms of how to improve upon some of these tutorials, I apologize in advance if you're not happy you got to the end. Yeah, and hopefully I'll see you in the next tutorial. So we're going to move on from here and start building some other aspects. I do want to move quickly into using source control and getting this sorted on GitHub so we can start utilizing the tests, so that when we start to kind of make changes and upload to GitHub, it will then run the tests. And then I want to get that deployed very quickly into the testing deployment server. And then also I think that we need to kind of move quickly into search and also a little bit of machine learning. So looking at how to build a recommendation system with some of this. So that's kind of what's going to happen next if you're interested in where we're going to go with this. But again, I thank you very much for listening, watching, and I hope to see you in the next tutorial.